Great. It looks like we're all set up. I will now call the meeting of the Lafayette City Council, April 25th meeting to order at just a little bit after 7 o'clock. And by a visual roll call, all council members and the vice mayor are present, and we will move on to agenda item number 3. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Councilmember Dawson.
A second.
Okay, and thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Dawson and a second by Councilmember Candell. I will conduct a roll call vote. Councilmember Candell?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Andoury?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so we have unanimously adopted the agenda. We will now move on to agenda item 4, which is an opportunity for public comment on items that are not on the agenda this evening. You will have ample opportunity during each of the agenda items. I did want to do one particular thing because I know that a number of our students, both elementary and middle school, have submitted comments, or a couple of them did, on an agenda item 7A. And so if they are here, I wanted to provide them the opportunity. And so this is a special opportunity for students who are in middle school or younger and who may need to go to bed before we get to that item. Otherwise, if you would like to speak to the item, an item that is not on the agenda, please raise your hand, and Suzanne will take it from here to work her magic to get the public in.
Mayor, there are currently a few hands raised. The first person to speak at this time is David Clark, followed by Jessica Lorden and Marianne Hoisington.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, Mayor. I have to say, I like that early start aspect for people that go to bed early.
I know
I realize I'm not in that group, but I wanted to give you a heads up that the Creeks Committee, in fact, I'm happy to report that the Creeks Committee has finished its due diligence with respect to the no net loss provision that I've brought up a couple of times, and has, as a committee, concluded that that government section 66-300 sub I does apply. We did send you, the Creeks Committee sent you a one-page memo, sort of outline of some points to consider, things that we would need to do as a group to make that happen. And I strongly encourage you to take a look at that. And my point in bringing this up now is to let you know, one, that we sent that, and two, that time really is of the essence. We need to, if we're going to move forward with this, and I hope we do, we're going to need to do some coordination. But I would like to emphasize, this is a big deal, because what this will allow the city to do is to adopt, actually to enact the Downtown Creeks Plan as it was adopted by the City Council in 2017, more or less intact, which is, and the Downtown Creeks Plan, as you probably know, is the source or where a lot of the amenities that we're, as a group, discussing putting into the downtown area, including creekside pathways, benches, tables, perhaps signage, access to the creeks, all those things are part of the Downtown Creeks Plan. So it's important that we have this opportunity to be able to adopt the Downtown Creeks Plan pretty much as it was envisioned. And I think we should take advantage of that. This moving forward with this would require it's going to take some action. We're going to have to we're going to have to quantify that no net loss provision. So we're going to have to quantify what makes it the plus side and the minus side. I don't think that's a huge project, but we need to do it. And perhaps most importantly, what needs to happen is when that's finally adopted, enacted, that no net loss provision, the statute says that has to happen at one meeting. So whatever makes that go up, which is, in my opinion, I think we can probably use the RENA upzoning, maybe the BART upzoning, and whatever makes that go down, which would be the creek setback provision that's in the DCP. Those two pieces need to be adopted, if you will, meshed and adopted at one meeting. I think we have some time and we can do that. But in the meantime, I'm thinking maybe if we all come up with a mantra, like every time we think of Downtown Creeks Plan or RENA, if you just go RENA, BART, DCP, RENA, BART, DCP, something like that, we can keep moving forward, because this all needs to be of a like mind. And seriously, this is doable, but we need to get started on it and make it happen soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do any council members have any questions? So I do have one question, David, and we did receive the email from Will Elder. And of course, just as a reminder to everyone else, I know we can't respond or take any action because it hasn't been agendized. But what is, when you said time, is, I think, of the essence or something like that, what is the timeline? You're just saying that it needs to happen as we're looking at housing element and RENA and okay.
Yeah. I think the I'll call it accountability. There's a certain amount of, we need to quantify. There's a quantification that's going to take this. Somebody's going to have to do, and I frankly, I think it's probably a city function. If I were going to put a budget on it, I think we could do it in a week. I don't think it's, I mean, I was going to say 2 days, but just, I think what that entails is looking at all the parcels downtown that abut a channelized creek, and just seeing how many of those there are, and then quantify if there were a setback, and then if there were, I guess you could probably assume there aren't going to be any, nobody's going to apply for, just add those up. Then what's the setback, and then try to come up with, in terms of the statute, what the reduction in intensity of use is. It's a nebulous term, but we come up with something, some number. I think that's probably that's the lowest hanging fruit. And I think the thing that's really going to drive this in terms of matching the dates is when the upzoning, probably for RENA, that seems to be the easier of the two to work with, when that's going to take place. So I think that initial step needs to take place. And once that's done, we can put it on the shelf, because then we know what the reduction is, and then we just need to make sure that that's a lower number than what the increase is going to be, and then have those two happen at the same time. So
okay,
that's the way I see it.
Great. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
And we'll bring our next speaker in.
The next speaker is Jessica Lorden, followed by Marianne Hoisington, and then Hannah and Clara Mittman.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining tonight. So I just wanted to kind of address you and also some attendees, because I know we have a lot of comments all over the board, and just remind people that all of us are working together to try to make Lafayette, a wonderful place. And while we may have differences in what we personally think that is, that everyone's goal is the same. And I know several people, myself included, who've, had personal attacks, bags of dog stuff left on porches because they don't agree with what our agenda is. But I would just like to remind everyone that everybody is doing what they think is best, and everyone's end goal is a safe, loving, love Lafayette place. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
The next speaker is Marianne, followed by Hannah and Clara Mittman.
My name is Marianne Hoisington. I am Lafayette's a library commissioner, and Dorothy Walker is our alternate. And since National Library Week was in April, it seemed maybe appropriate to make a few comments about libraries tonight. First of all, I'd like to speak to you about the state library. The reason for that is because many people don't know that we have a state library. Its physical presence is on the mall at the Capitol, and our state librarian is Greg Lucas. He's doing a very good job. And he issued his annual report for 2021, excuse me, and I'd like to read a couple of sentences from that. California has 1,130 public library branches, each of them as diverse and unique as the communities they serve. In 2021, the state library invested millions of dollars in state and federal funding in library-based programming supporting early childhood learning, family literacy, workforce readiness, and digital innovation. As the California State Library reopens its doors to the public, I invite you back in for a visit. And I'm hoping people perhaps will look into that. Next, I'd like to say a few things about our county library. Of course, it is funded, our county library system is funded by our property taxes, but unfortunately, the amount of property taxes we pay to our library is the lowest, or if I'm not mistaken, the lowest in the Bay Area. And so the library is only able to fund 35 hours a week of service to each of its libraries. We happen to have 56 hours in Lafayette as to some other cities because the city and the foundation and the Friends all contribute to this fund. Our fabulous library in Lafayette, of course, is owned by the city. The building is owned by the city. But our foundation is responsible for 52% of the resources to keep our library going. And that is a huge job. In the early days when we were fundraising to build the library, we had $11.9 million from the state as a grant, and we were to match that, which we did. And during that match, the campaign for that match, we had 25% of the Lafayette households contribute, which was fantastic. Now we have two very generous families in Lafayette who are offering to match funds that are donated to our foundation now. And I'm encouraging everybody to not forget to donate to our foundation because they have such a huge job to do. And let's remember that our library is the heart of Lafayette. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your service on the library and also Dorothy's. Mary Ann, I know that you have served in that role for a long time and just very, very much appreciate the work that you do. And I'm very happy you came tonight, and I see nodding of heads of my colleagues and a little applause. And just want to thank you for coming tonight and giving us that update right down to the 5 seconds to go. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Are there any questions for the speaker from my colleagues? Okay, not seeing any, but again, thank you.
The next speakers are Hannah and Clara Mittman. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Good evening and welcome.
Hi, I'm Clara Mittman. This is my sister, Hannah Mittman. We are 10-year-olds in 4th grade at BVE, so we will be attending Stanley in about one year and a half. We are also just starting to roam around in a bit more on our own, going up to the school playground, walking to friends' houses, and other things like that. We are excited to get our independence and be able to walk and bike around Lafayette even more. Because of where we live in Burton Valley, many of the places we'll need to go to, Stanley Middle School, the library, Town Hall Theater, where we do our plays, frozen yogurt or sideboard, and lots of other places are all downtown and are a little too far to walk, but a perfect distance to bike. And all of those places are on the trail, but not all of them are. There's a few blocks in Burton Valley that are a little uncomfortable to ride on, but when we get to the trail, then we're good. Until we get off the trail at School Street, then it's scary and unpredictable again. It's hard to know where we're supposed to be on our bikes. If we're on the sidewalk, it feels crowded and narrow. And if we're on the street, it's hard to go around the parked cars. Then when we get to First Street, we're good again. The more places that can feel like those trails, the more comfortable and safe we'll feel. And then we'll be more excited to ride our bikes all around Lafayette. We will not need to be driven to as many places, and we'll feel more independent. We hope tonight you'll think about how so many people in Lafayette could use this bike path on School Street. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you both very much for coming. I wasn't aware that you might be here, but I'm glad that you were able to attend and speak on behalf of students. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Or I see nodding of head and smiles. Hopefully the two of you can see that as well. But again, thank you very much for coming and delivering your message in such an elegant and articulate manner. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Yaz Datsmulchi. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. There are currently no other hands raised for this item.
Welcome.
Hi, yeah, my name is Yas Dasmalchi. I'm one of the dentists on School Street, and I'm not sure if I'm speaking out of term.
So I'm going to
Okay.
ask you, yes, I'm going to ask you to wait until item 7A, which is that item. I was giving the opportunity a little bit out of order to allow some of the students who had reached out to speak. And so thank you very much. And we look forward to hearing from you in just a bit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for being here.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Great, thank you. So we will move on to our, from our public comment, and thank you again to the speakers. And we will move on to agenda item number 5, which are presentations. And we do have 2 presentations this evening. So I first want to invite Assistant Fire Chief Jeff Peter to come over and give us an update on wildfire danger and fire hardening. Although I'm looking at the presentation, oh, I see Chief Bachman, and then there we go, Assistant Chief Peter. So it looks like we're being blessed with the 2 of our fire chiefs. So thank you both for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Geringer and Council. Yes, you are. You've got myself. I serve as a liaison for Lafayette, and then Chris Bachman, who is our fire marshal, and he's going to speak about the 4th item or so. He's going to talk about the fuel break that he and his team have been working on between Moraga and Lafayette. We thought that would be of interest to the group. Suzanne, are you going to share the PowerPoint, or do you want me to share it?
If you're able to, Chief Peter, that would be great.
And while we're
Okay.
doing that, welcome Fire Marshal. I think I changed your title, so welcome.
All right. Can you all see the PowerPoint?
We can, but we can see, I'm going to step in for Suzanne, but we can see your kind of the whole screen, not clicking on the actual PowerPoint presentation.
How's that? Is that better?
It is better, but doesn't fit in the window.
Let's see. Suzanne, are you able? Do you want to try to share the PowerPoint? See if we can size it better.
Give me just a moment.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Okay. So while she's working on that, I'll just cover the basic item we're going to talk about tonight. So we want to give you an update on the annexation efforts with the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District into Confire. And then we'll talk about some other improvements, some technology improvements that the fire district is continuing to work on. We'll talk about the wildfire threat assessment for this fire season. And Chief Bachman will speak about the fuel break. And then we've got some other safety tips for residents.
And I'm going to pause right there because I bet that you need to stop sharing so Suzanne can share. There we go.
It'll just take me another minute, Mayor.
And we'll have all of our technical difficulties worked out by about the time that we get to go back in person. And it happens to all of us. So. So it looks like it's come over in a PDF, and so we'll just proceed.
Okay, Suzanne, if you can go to the second slide, please. Okay, there we go. Hopefully that's viewable. So the fire district continues to expand with the consolidation of East Contra Costa Fire Protection District, which is the very eastern portion of the blue shaded area. So we will be consolidating East Contra Costa into the district, which is currently 3 fire stations. We'll open a 4th fire station actually on June 1st, a month early. And that station will be in the Oakley area. If we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so the consolidation or annexation has been in the works for years, as many of you are aware, and it's finally here. It's been through several studies to make sure it really does make sense for all of the residents out east, and also all of the residents within the district and all the different cities that the district serves. So the annexation will be official July 1st. All of our staff are working really hard for the last 6 months plus on making sure that the consolidation is a really smooth transition from the fire marshal, Fire Prevention Bureau to EMS to fire operations, fire training, the comm division, which I'm in charge of, and administration. There's a ton of underlying work to make this go smoothly, but we are feeling pretty good about it, and the consolidation will take effect July 1st. We're actually going to move some of the functionality over early, mid-June, as what we're calling a soft go live, to make sure that the July 1st transition is even smoother. We do foresee some immediate improvements to EMS service in the east and also countywide. The opening of Fire Station 55, which is a brand new station that never opened in Oakley. We've had our data folks analyze the response time improvements to medical aids and fires and the impact on the eastern portion of the district. And those improvements are pretty significant, about 35 seconds on average of decreased overall response time. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but a 35-second savings in response times is huge in the fire service. Let's see. And then we're also talking about some West County improvements. So with Measure X funds, the city of Pinole, we should be able to open a second fire station in Pinole. And we are actively talking about providing contracted fire protection services to the city of Pinole. And that's part of Measure X funding. So that could possibly occur as early as January of 2023. Our main focus at this point is to get our consolidation done. And Suzanne, if you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so other improvements we're working on, as many of you know, we started our own, what we call local government hand crew. That's crew 12. Thanks to Measure X funds, that is now a year-round program. And we also have a second crew that's available if we have significant fire activity that we can bring on board as well. And they're doing a lot of fuel reduction work already. And their efforts tie into Chief Bachman's efforts to try to help reduce fuel and wildfire threat. In addition, we've continue to buy several new fire apparatus. We've got 30 different pieces of equipment, whether they be staff vehicles, fire engines, ladder trucks, type 6 wildland fire engines, and also type 3 engines, which are typical of what you see CAL FIRE driving. The type 6s are a smaller truck on a commercial chassis with a utility bed and a small water tank and a pump. And they provide us great access into really tight areas that the type 3 or the other wildland engines cannot get into. We also have 2 dozers, and we have several water tenders. East Contra Costa brings us 3 more water tenders as part of the annexation. Fire Station 86 in the Bay Point area is due to open in May or June at the latest. We are currently renovating Fire Station 4 in Southern Walnut Creek, which was closed during the budget cuts years ago. So we're really excited to reopen that fire station. That will drastically decrease response times in the southern portion of Walnut Creek. And then most importantly, it really beefs up our multi-unit responses to structure fires and wildland fires in support of Lafayette and also Walnut Creek and other surrounding areas. So we're encouraged by that station opening. We hope to have that open probably July at this point. Construction's been a bit challenging, as you can imagine, but we should have that open by July. And then we continue to plan for a new Fire Station 9, co-located on Buchanan Field. There's a lot of hurdles with that project, with the FAA and other entities that have a say in how that project goes, but we continue to work on that. And then in addition, there's 3 new fire stations in the east portion of the county as part of the consolidation, and those will be built over in the next 3 to 5 years. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so we'll speak about some of the fire service technological advances. So Alert Wildfire is a camera network that is throughout Northern California at this point. Basically, we have high resolution cameras pretty much at every vantage point we need, so that when we receive a report of a possible wildfire or vegetation fire, our dispatchers and our chief officers, our battalion chiefs, can use this app. They can immediately pull up the correct camera or 2 that may have a good view of the reported fire location. And we can pretty quickly tell whether we have a legitimate fire already, based on the amount of smoke we see or don't see. So then if we obviously have smoke showing, we will ramp up our response accordingly and get additional resources there sooner. So other situational awareness tools we use, Tablet Command, which we've been using for years. That aids our fire captains in having all the information when they get dispatched by the comm center. And it also provides our incident commanders a tool to make sure they have full accountability of all the resources. The public has access to Pulse Point, which scans all 3 of our dispatch channels. And then there's new technology in the way of evacuation planning. You've all heard of Zone Haven, which continues to be implemented countywide. Moraga wrote the original grant. If we have time, I'm going to show you a map that lays out the different grids that Zonehaven uses. And in each city or local area, there is a naming convention that is consistent between the fire department, law enforcement, public utilities, and that really helps all of us get on the same page so that when we request that a certain zone be evacuated with county sheriffs through the county alert system, we're given the public good, clean information. Next slide, please. Okay, so if we can increase the size of this a bit, Suzanne, that would be great. If not, we'll make it work. Okay, so as you all have probably heard in the news and can suspect, our wildfire threat really in all of California, certainly in Northern California, continues. And it remains very high. The latest assessments from National Weather Service is that we're going to have a bit warmer May, maybe the hottest May on record. June and July should be the same. Obviously, we did not have much rain this year and had a really interesting weather pattern this winter. Last week's rain certainly helps a bit, but in reality, it's not really going to solve our problem. So fire service agencies statewide are ramping up our efforts and our coordination with law partners, public utilities, to make sure that we're as prepared as possible. This map depicts the areas that are forecasted to have very high threat versus high threat versus moderate threat. And you can see we've got a mixture. Lafayette has some very high threat, and Orinda, Moraga do as well. And then if we can scroll to the left a little bit. Okay, so, unfortunately, every fire district or fire department in the state is getting used to this trend, and so are many civilians. So the critical part is that we in the fire service need to be prepared and staffed to our fullest capability and have all of our equipment ready and refresh on our annual wildland training, coordinate with our law enforcement partners for evacuations so that we can do our best possible job. And then the public's responsibility and what we hope is that citizens are taking defensible space seriously and putting that time and effort into their personal properties and creating at least 100 feet of defensible space. And that they're staying keenly aware to weather and reports of fire. And most importantly, if and when a decision comes to evacuate, don't think twice and evacuate is the best advice we can give any citizen, because your home and personal property is not worth the risk of jeopardizing your life or your fellow neighbors or the firefighters. All right, next slide, please. Okay, in 2021, we continued to have several vegetation fires, wind-driven fires throughout the county. Over 50 residents were displaced due to fire damage to their structures or their homes. Interestingly, none of them were in our highest threat zones. The real culprits were lack of weed abatement and defensible space. Played a key part in each of the 50 residents that were displaced. They weren't the cause of the fires, obviously, and there's several reasons for vegetation fires being started, and Chief Bachman and his team do a great job of tracking all those different reasons and percentages of why we see vegetation fires. Okay, I don't know, Suzanne, if we have a slide for the fuel reduction. But I'm going to ask Chief Bachman to step in right after this slide here. He'll probably speak with this slide unless he has something he's able to share, but he can talk about the fuel break.
Are you ready for me now, Jeff?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. If you don't mind, I do think it would be better if I could share my screen so I could show the fuel break and describe the proposal that we have put together. It says, go ahead and continue. So I'm going to start with this and then I'll stop sharing. You can go back to yours. So can everybody see the map that I have up?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what we presented to CAL FIRE for the fire prevention grant. It's a 250 acre shaded fuel break that starts in Walnut Creek around Rossmore, then cuts through a small portion of East Bay Regional Parks into Hunsaker Canyon Road, and then across a couple pastures in Lafayette, and then on into Moraga, which then ties into St. Mary's Road and Bollinger Canyon. And at that corner, that is where MOFD received a grant last year. That is I believe it's a 16-mile fuel break that stops at that point, and our proposal was 14 miles, picking up where their grant left off. So the idea is that between the grant that they just received last year, and if we're successful in our grant this year, that we'll have a 30-mile continuous shaded fuel break going through Orinda, Moraga, Lafayette, Walnut Creek, and East Bay Regional Park. The items in yellow show a grazing area. And if you'll see, to kind of give you a reference, I'll zoom in here and refer to my map for notes, so I make sure I name the streets right. So up here off St. Mary's Road, just to put it in reference, if you see where my cursor is, this is Driftwood Drive. This is a fire trail that comes off of Driftwood that we will tie into to provide better protection for all of these homes in this area. It comes across, and this is Hunsaker Canyon Road that it's coming up into. And off of Hunsaker Canyon Road, when it comes up into here, this road is Moorcroft Road, to then go onto another fire trail, cut across East Bay Parks, and then up along this way along the edge of Rossmore. This area right here is Lucas Ranch Road, and then this is Stanley Dollar. So it's coming right in along there, and then providing a nice break here along the edge of Rossmore. And this area right in here is Release Station Road that it's kind of separating, we'll say, the city of Lafayette from Rossmore and Walnut Creek to where it ends. So I wanted to give reference to where that shaded fuel break proposal was, as far as kind of providing that that break or that protection between Walnut Creek and Lafayette, and then even the open space of Lafayette to those subdivisions or those areas off of St. Mary's Road that's in Lafayette as well. So we should know more probably in the next month if this is awarded. We did have to identify that the grant is scalable, and that if it is phased back, the proposal is that phase 1 would be Walnut Creek and Lafayette, and our phase 2 would be the East Bay Regional Parks section and Moraga Orinda. So if there isn't enough to fund the full $5 million, we've made it scalable that we can still achieve this hopefully in a couple year period and through a second grant process to achieve the second phase. Do I have any questions about the shaded fuel break?
Are there any questions? I see Councilmember Candell.
Yeah, so question, thank you. This looks great. So while I understand that on those little red shaded areas on those paths, you'll create a fuel break, why draw the black line? Like, what's happening at the black borders? Nothing. It's just the work is being done just on those interior pathways, right?
Yes. So on the map, we had to call out what we identify as a project influence area. If you'll notice, in that black map shows that it's roughly 13,814 acres of a project influence zone. that when you map this out, those are we'll say the areas of Moraga, Lafayette, and Walnut Creek, and a portion of Alamo that are going to be the most impacted by the shaded fuel break, providing protection and a stopping point or anchor point should a wildfire occur on either side of that fuel break. So CAL FIRE wants to know, if you're putting this in, what's the total population that's affected by this, and how many acres is this 250 acre project? Does it provide better protection for? And that answer is almost 14,000 acres it will provide better protection for with this 250 acre proposal.
Great. And so you really are surrounding Rossmore. That's what I'm seeing on this map. And that for all of us that have in-laws and parents and grandparents that have lived there, I appreciate that. So thank you.
Yes. And we were also strategic on the south side of Rossmore. That's where a lot of the houses are that do open up to the open space and into that ridge line. And our concern also is that, a structure fire, that if it occurred in one of those houses, and if we were getting a northerly wind, could also then prompt a wildfire from a structure fire. So it's providing both protection to Rossmore, but then in addition, that should a structure fire ever occur on one of those houses that are next to the open space, and we have a northern Diablo wind event occurring, that it's providing us time to still get in and put a effective line in just right at where that shaded fuel break is as an anchor point before it gets into the ridge line and into East Bay Regional Parks.
So when will you find out if this is going to go through or not?
We anticipate in the next 30 days, we should understand or find out if we're awarded. And if so, it'll take us probably about 3 months to go through, the RFP process, to secure a CEQA consultant to make sure that we are filing all our CEQA permits and meeting all the state guidelines with the permits necessary to conduct a fuel break. And then the other one is we'll end up going out for RFP to select the contractors that would help us create this fuel break. In addition to, in the off-fire season, we will also utilize Crew 12 to assist in that fuel break work.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other council members who have? Yes, Vice Mayor Anduri. I'm going up and down my little slide.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Thank you very much for this report, and this is great. Thank you very much for pursuing this. I hope we get this. Let me ask, you mentioned this is the 14-mile shaded fuel break. There's the 16-mile break that I believe circles around and comes into Lafayette, around Lafayette Ridge. Are there any plans at the moment or thoughts about a northern shaded fuel break around northern Lafayette? It was pretty stark to look at the chart with the wildfire threat and see that area north of Highway 24 as a very high fire severity area. Are there any thoughts about in the northern Release Valley area, a shaded fuel break across the north of Lafayette?
So yes, absolutely. We are evaluating multiple different areas, and our highest priority areas are the very high fire hazard severity zone that we'll be requesting a shaded fuel break proposal to submit at the next round. The good news is that this year we were just informed that there is going to be another round of these fire prevention grants available through CAL FIRE late fall. So they're anticipating about November that we'll be able to submit another request for additional fuel breaks or proposals like this, should we desire. So our goal is that if we're awarded, we're immediately taking action on securing the CEQA permits and starting the work within 2 to 3 months. So when that grant period comes out, we can show that we've provided due diligence on our part in implementing and immediately pursuing the shaded fuel break. This is a 3-year grant if awarded, but we want to show our part that we take action on it immediately to show that we could manage multiple grants at the same time. Again, to hopefully make us a good candidate for another proposal which we would be submitting in November. Where that location is undecided yet, but our priorities will be areas that are in the very high fire hazard severity zone.
Okay, thank you. And while I have you, I just want to thank you for making Taylor King available. And I would encourage anyone who's listening to have him come over and provide advice on the defensible space.
Thank you. I'll pass that information along.
So any other questions from council members? Okay, so if we could take this slide down. Thank you very much, Fire Marshal Bachman, for that information. And I know you're not East Bay Regional Park District, but so probably it's not fair to ask, but I know that they received a lot. They received money and funding from the state in last year's budget, I believe, on getting rid of dead trees and things like that. And do you know sort of what the status is? I have seen some when up hiking and things like that, but it's probably not fair. I'll ask them.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure of the status of that. I do know that I've been in communication with one of their assistant chiefs, because to do a request like this, we've made it a regional request. That if awarded this grant, although we'd be the grant awardee, that we would work in conjunction with Moraga Fire Department and East Bay Regional Parks. And that allows us to extend these dollars across 3 different jurisdictions.
Great, thank you. And I think that's the key, because even where Vice Mayor Anduri is talking, and I'm kind of looking out, it is clearly it crosses the various agencies. So thank you very much for that partnership. Councilmember Kwok.
Thank you for the great presentation and for being with us here at the start of the fire season and sort of previewing what May and the upcoming months are going to look like. I'm the council liaison to the Lafayette Emergency Preparedness Commission, and one of the key goals for our commission and the city is to do more community outreach to get our community prepared for this year's, as you say, unprecedented fire season. And you mentioned a few things about encourage. So first of all, fantastic that you are countywide getting your resources together more. So the question is like, what can we do to get our citizens more ready? And how can we do more community outreach to our citizens to teach them, as you said, how to take defensible space more seriously, how to evacuate right away. What does it mean to get a go bag or park your car what way, or how do you evacuate? Where do you go? Should you wait, hear from CWS or what? All these things that are sort of basics, but we need a reminder. You had a mention of Know Your Zones campaign on one of the slides. So I'm just wondering, what resources does the Confire can you provide to cities like ourselves? What training, what videos that we could refer to so we don't have to reinvent the wheel, and maybe we can partner more closely with you to get the message out, to get our community prepared.
Do you, Chief Peter, do you want us to put that slide, your PowerPoint presentation back up?
Yeah, that would be great. The tail end of the presentation has several links that are great resources for residents. And let's go here first. So all of these links right here are great references for residents, the fire community, risk reduction information, wildfire prep, how to report weed abatement complaints, the community warning system, Zone Haven, and Residents Guide to Wildfire Prep and Evacuation that is worked on as part of the La Marinda effort. And recently I participated in a meeting with the police chiefs from Moraga, Orinda, and also Chief Aldred. And we talked about the very importance of making sure the public really understands how they stay aware, what they need to do, why defensible space is so important, and why it's critical to evacuate early and not hang in there and hope that you might not need to evacuate, and then you've got roads blocked, and then it's just a mess for everybody. So hopefully that helps. If there's other specific questions, I can certainly dig deeper and provide more resources. One thing we are going to do is we're going to add some fire danger situational awareness signs in Lafayette. We picked 2 locations with the police department, And those are the signs that say either very high fire hazard or moderate or low hazard on a given day. And the La Miranda team has a group of volunteers that are very helpful, and they run around and keep those signs updated. We're going to start with 2 signs. We'll probably expand to 3 or 4, maybe even more. And I've been working with Chief Bachman and Aldred on that, and John Cornell from Lafayette PD on that. So those signs should be in place in the coming weeks. And that'll just give residents a visual reminder that they really need to be paying attention.
That sounds like a really good idea.
Great. Let's see if we could go back up. And then I'll finish up here. We don't want to take too much of your time. So I think we want to get to slide 11. Let's go up 2 more, please. Okay, so one other thing before I get into this slide, just want to cover that in terms of our staffing, every fire department in California is struggling with staffing. We continue to work really hard to stay as staffed up as possible and not have too many vacancies, because our folks work so many extra hours, especially in the summer months when we have fire weather and threat of wildland fire. We currently have a lateral firefighter academy that is due to graduate May 23rd with 28 people. That will provide the staffing for Fire Station 4 in Walnut Creek, as well as the new Station 55 out in Oakley, and help fill other existing vacancies. If you weren't aware, we just graduated a Fire Recruit Academy, which is a 20-week academy, about 7 weeks ago. And we are actively interviewing as we speak for the next Fire Academy, Fire Recruit Academy. The lateral process can often work out well because it brings us more experienced firefighters that may already have 2 to 5 to 8 years of experience. So we really just need to work with them for 8 very busy weeks instead of 22 to get them up to speed on how Confire performs. Let's see, the other thing I want to share with you is that we continue to work really hard on the final design for a completely remodeled fire communications center, which is on Geary Road in Pleasant Hill. So that project has been long in the making, but we finally have a great design to move our comm center, and we hope to have a brand new comm center in 18 to 24 months. About a $4 or $5 million project. Obviously, it still needs to go to the board for approval, but we're really making some great progress with the architect. Okay, then, so for the public beyond wildfire danger, there's some other simple steps to helping save lives in fire situations. So make sure, we want to encourage the public to make sure they have working and tested, key point is tested smoke alarms and detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, sleep with bedroom doors closed, have home evacuation plans and drills with their family and their children, and a meeting point outside is very important. And then preventing the most common fires, it's really important to have a fire extinguisher in your kitchen, because the typical kitchen fire can be put out with an extinguisher by the resident. Don't overload electrical circuits, use caution with any open flames, follow any space heater safety guidelines, and then carbon monoxide safety is really important. We highly encourage all residents to have CO monitors, and again, those need to be tested regularly. And if we could go to the next slide, please. All right, and we spoke a little bit earlier about this, but resident involvement is a key for any fire or major event or disaster. We definitely cannot do it alone. The real first responder in first responders is the citizen and the residents themselves. And again, so if it's wildfire, that's being prepared, that's having your valuables packed up, staying situationally aware, and then not thinking twice about packing up your family and getting in the car and leaving an area that is threatened. It's just not worth staying. And then know your zone, community alerts. And if we could, Suzanne, if you can go about 4 slides farther, I think 13. I want to quickly cover, so this is Zone Haven. And if we can zoom in a little bit, and I apologize, next time we'll make sure that we're sized correctly so we can give you a full screen presentation. But if we can zoom in, Suzanne, where you see Lafayette, if you can go over to the right and down a touch. Oh, there we go. That's perfect. So LAF is Lafayette. And so Zone Haven has taken a look at the entire county and many counties in the entire state of California, and they've identified specific grids. And it's based on road access, it's based on fuel densities, fuel types, and densities of populations and occupancy types, whether it's commercial, residential, and they help us determine these evacuation zones. So the beauty of Zone Haven is that every law enforcement officer, every fire captain in a fire engine, every chief officer all has the same information. So does the county, so does our dispatch center. So if we had a fire threatening the area of LAFE 005, and let's say we decided that was an area that we think we really need to evacuate, we would put that request through the county, the CWS system, and then all of the different platforms would communicate that to the residents, city leadership, and obviously police and fire would all be on the same page. So it's really a very effective tool, because if the mapping isn't consistent from one agency to another, it's really easy to confuse the public during times of evacuation. And that just unfortunately creates more chaos. So this is Zone Haven. This is what it looks like. And there's a whole lot more to it. But the end goal is that everyone is speaking the same language, the same map grid numbers. And then as we're looking at what a fire is going to do and where it might progress, we can figure out what areas we need to evacuate. We definitely don't want to over evacuate. We want to evacuate what's appropriate. And we actually can break up this LAFE 005, for example, we can break it into smaller grids if needed. And that is all I have, unless there's any questions. Happy to entertain any questions.
Great. And thank you, Suzanne. Are there any questions from council members before we open up to the public for comments? Any? Okay, not seeing any. Oh, Councilmember Kendall.
I do. So I saw that there's one on one of your references. There's a reference for weed abatement. And the thought was, does that cover dead tree abatement?
I'm going to ask Chief Bachman to speak on that, because he's much more savvy in that arena than I, and he's still with us.
Good.
So no, the exterior hazard and the weed abatement standards do not apply to dead trees.
Right.
The one thing that we are evaluating currently with the Measure X dollars that were granted to us starting for this year is that is there a portion that maybe we allocate for funding to cover maybe a partial cost or like a match in dead tree removal. We're working on that piece, but we do have $2 million that we'll be dividing up into different areas to have both mitigation work, home hardening projects, and a lot of it will be in the form of like a grant match to encourage the residents of Contra Costa County to be more proactive in defensible space and the mitigation, working on mitigation efforts to reduce the risk. But that should come out this summer of what we're going to, how we're going to divide that $2 million up to be eligible and how the application process will work.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Dawson.
Hi, thank you. And thank you both for being here in the presentation. I have a question about, I guess, slide 11, the Lafayette 2021 fire experience with the 22 projection. This is depicting incidents in blue and responses in red. How do we read this? So basically, if I was looking at EMS, your responses to the incidents, like, is that what is how? Sorry, can you explain that to me so I can best decipher that?
You know, I honestly, this slide actually puzzled me. I honestly can't answer that question. I think what it's saying is that in the blue are the total incidents, but I don't understand the red, but I can follow up unless Chief Bachman has already done this presentation elsewhere and understands this slide specifically.
I have not done the 2022 update to my city's Pleasant Hill. I have not done my presentation yet, so this is my first time seeing these group of slides.
Okay, then could you answer the I'm looking at the hazard condition hazmat. What is that as just a category? Hazard condition, is that basically hazardous materials, or is that?
It could be a gallon of oil on the road, a gallon of paint on the road that our crews respond out to that someone reports. It could be a noxious odor, or a hazmat investigation, or a full hazmat response.
Okay. And then my second question is, in terms of, obviously PG&E with their power outages, shutoffs, and we've heard a lot of, over the different years, transformers kind of going off in different neighborhoods. And I'm working on getting reporting on that so we can identify if there's any hot spots that happens repeatedly. How do you guys work with PG&E to kind of be proactive on that sense, since a lot of the fires across the county do seem to start with those kind of hazardous conditions of transformer overload? I know we're trying to reduce that with the PSPSs, but is there proactive work with them?
So we the fire agencies really throughout all of PG&E's service area, we do meet with them, we train with them. PG&E has a fire coordinator, lead fire coordinator, who is a retired fire chief, so clearly understands what we do in the fire service. And they communicate with us well on PSP events. And then when we do have an actual incident, they will join us at our incident command post, and they'll be right there with us so that we can coordinate our efforts with their efforts and make sure that certain grids are shut off, so that there isn't any additional threat. And then at the tail end of wildland fire, power's been shut off, or electrical poles have been burned down, lines have been burned down. They work with us as they re-energize, and that's all in coordination with repopulation of the residents if they've been evacuated, because we don't like to bring people back in without utilities in place as well, because that causes a whole host of problems. So anyways, we're in pretty close contact with PG&E on the training front and preparing with them. They have access to the Zone Haven maps as well, for example. And then during an incident, they're with us at our incident command post. They provide a liaison that will work with our incident commanders or our unified incident commanders if we're with CAL FIRE and the police department.
Any other questions?
Thank you for that answer.
Thank you. So we will now go to public comment. And so any members of the public who would like to make a comment on the presentation, please raise your hand and I will turn it over to Suzanne.
Thank you, Mayor. I currently do not see any hands raised using the Zoom feature on the lower portion of your screen.
And I don't see any hands raised. giving a second for them to, to figure that out. So do you see anyone, Suzanne?
No, Mayor, there are no hands raised.
Okay, and with that, if there are no more questions or comments on the part of our council members, we will, Councilmember Kwok.
I'd like to make a public service announcement that at the Earth Day celebration this Saturday from 11 to 2 at the library, the Emergency Preparedness Commission and our police department will be talking about preparing for fire danger and how you can become a fire-wise community. So that's between 11 and 2, and we'll have materials there. So please come out if you want to learn more in person this Saturday, April 30th. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And with that, we will say thank you very much for coming and doing the presentation, but more importantly, for what you do out in our communities to protect our residents and to make sure that we know how to be that first responder in taking care of our own property, but also in ultimately what you do for everyone's safety. And I should have ended on that because we would love to hear what that slide I forgot I meant to ask about what the slide about our projections on incidents and responses. And so if you could just send that over to Narup, our city manager, that would be great. And then I will end with heartfelt thank you. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I will follow up on that slide, excuse me, to make sure I'm giving you the correct information.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go on. We will go on to our next item, which is also a presentation and which is the first of many transportation related presentations this evening, but we will invite the Transportation and Circulation Commission to provide us an update on their goals and their accomplishments. And this is not an action item. This will be a receive and file. And thank you, Suzanne, for bringing folks over. And I think, if I'm counting correctly, good evening, Chair DeGiorgio. Do I turn it over to you?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's just start first with some introductions.
Perfect.
I'm just going to call out your name, and then you just introduce yourself. If you want to say anything about yourself, you're welcome to. So let's start on my screen with Stella.
Hi, my name is Stella Weatherspoon. I'm one of the commissioners. I've lived in Lafayette for, I think, going on 10 years almost. And I am a parent of a middle schooler and love living here.
And then let's see, how about Greg?
Hi, good evening. Greg Brown, Transportation Commissioner. Been a resident for about 9 years, and like Stella, also have multiple kids in the Lafayette Public Schools.
Great. And welcome to Bart, our newest commissioner, who is experienced in the sense that he'll tell you about, he has a background on the BPAC. So Bart.
Yeah, good evening. Yes, I was a founding member of the BPAC, Bike Pedestrian Advisory Committee, many years ago. That committee doesn't exist anymore, but while it did exist, we did a number of, I think, very constructive things to help pedestrians and bicyclists here in Lafayette, to include Lafayette's current bike plan. And yes, my family and I have lived in Lafayette for many, many years. I was trying to count the years, but couldn't do it on the spot, but we've been here for a number of years, and I'm pleased to have been selected, accepted to join the Circulation Commission. It's a good group, and I hope to make a contribution. So thank you very much.
Vianney, if you want to take yourself off mute and say hello. Hi, okay. And Lynn, while he's doing that, Lynn, your video's not on, that's okay, but you can take yourself off mute now. Well, I'll just say for now, if Vianney's working on it, Vianney has been great. He was also on the BPAC, I believe, and was brought into the, oops. So Lynn, your audio is not working tonight, so you'll have to like fiddle with it.
Carl, I think you can hear me now, can you?
I can hear you, Vianney.
Okay.
Excellent.
I present myself, Vianney Serrier, one of the commissioner. I particularly, well, I've been here for 31 years in Lafayette. We have a son who went through the schools, and so I'm very aware of it. Should I continue or?
Yes, just wrap it up and that's great.
Okay, so I'm very aware of all the problems as far as cyclists, pedestrians, and of course the automobiles as well. So anyway.
Right. And the garbled sound you heard earlier was Lynn, who's having a little technical audio problems. You all, we can't hear you, Lynn. So, but all of you know Lynn. She's been around for many years and has really helped consistency with the transportation community. Okay, right. All right, Lynn, I'm going to talk now. So those are the introductions, and I wanted to start to say, now considering your schedule tonight, I'm going to try and be brief, and then I'll invite the commissioners to comment on things if they want to. First, I'm grateful for all the hard work and thoughtful consideration by so many people, not only my fellow commissioners, but the city's staff. You know, Mike is here and Therese usually is in the background. And also the city council members, those current ones and the previous city council members that have done so much around safety and transportation. And above all, thank you to all the citizens of Lafayette. You know, we are just a sounding board for the citizens and a way to gather and weigh staff recommendations and bring them to the city council. And so all of this has to happen in coordination and with the involvement of the citizens. And as I'm sure we'll see later tonight, there'll be plenty of involvement. So this last year has demonstrated that both the benefits and the challenges of Lafayette's, small government with a volunteer type of structure. I'm really pleased the city stepped in and added resources to help the staff and this commission. Honestly, I was way behind in this whole thing, and we're still catching up on it. But I think you'll see we've made some really good progress so far, and you'll see on the to-do list that we're going to be presenting results from the remaining schools very soon. Regarding the school project, the recap, the challenge this year was to collectively stop overstudying and instead try to do some quick build solutions to improve safety, primarily around schools. And so the staff report that you saw was Mike and my thinking about what we've done this year and also what things are going to happen or things we need to do next year. And so there's going to be the school recos, which we're going to deliver to you. And even though the focus is on expedited safety improvements, there's got to be some longer term work this year, particularly around the LRSP and the Vision Zero implementation and education that needs to happen. We've got nagging concerns about traffic flows, particularly around St. Mary's Road and Pleasant Hill Road and how they transverse through Mount Diablo Boulevard. So that highlights the continuing need for regional cooperation and long-term thinking. And then finally, it's my opinion, it's my personal opinion, not the commission's, that it'd be very helpful if the city council could increase coordination with school districts and other agencies. I think you've come to realize that things like drop off and pick up and school parking are critical components to making schools safer and making things flow better. So I know that a lot of you are working with the school districts, and I know Rob Sturm has been doing a lot of work and so forth. So I'm not saying there's a void there. I'm just saying that that is my opinion, that we need a little more emphasis in that area. Okay. So also I want to mention in the list that was left off on this first page, in addition to all these projects that we've been working on, there's been a subcommittee that's also been working on the Pleasant Hill Road Olympic roundabout improvements. And so that'll be something else that'll happen this year. So now I want to turn it over to fellow commissioners that might want to comment on either what I said or what they want to say, or anything they want to comment on. Anybody? Well, if not, then
Carl, if I could just for a second, I would again like to echo your gratitude and appreciation to City Council, to the Commission, and particularly to the public. I guess the one thing that would be helpful for us as a commission, and I think maybe some of this will come out when the local road safety plan is completed, is just additional guidance from council, as to the types of projects, cost of projects, et cetera, that you are looking for us to forward. We're obviously, with our first 3 schools, sent forward the initial request, but this is going to be a long process, and the more guidance we can have from council, I think that would be helpful.
Stella, any comments?
Well, just want to also say just that I greatly appreciate the council's support and prioritization of safety around schools, as well as road safety around everywhere in Lafayette with adoption of Vision Zero. We really have to focus on our most vulnerable users in our transportation network, and I think the council's really shown that priority this year, and I look forward to future years of building upon that very, very much so. And I had a thought, Carl brought something up, which was the working with the school districts. And I echo that. I think that I've attended the subcommittee meetings with the school district, city council, school district leadership. And I think maybe the challenge is going to be kind of bringing some of that information sharing down into the schools themselves. So at the principal, assistant principal level, so we can really maybe operationalize more. And I think that there'll be definitely an opportunity with the new superintendent coming on board within the Lafayette School District. And so I hope
Hold on. Lynn, we can hear you, but we can't understand you. Your mic is the quality of the sound is garbled. And so I don't know if you want to go out and come back in, or sort of how we can do that. But in the meantime, we will check with you just in another second or so after Stella finishes. Go ahead, Stella.
Thank you. Yeah, just a follow-up suggestion for Lynn to maybe use the telephone dial-in number, which may work better. So in any event, just I look forward to next year and continuing to build on the progress that's made so far. And I was just going to mention one thing I heard about today, which was kind of exciting, that MTC has put together their OBAG 3 round of grant funding, which is a lot of money, and some of it will be going to Contra Costa County. And it's a wonderful opportunity. The deadline is soon, though, so I hope that we're able to pull some projects together to submit for consideration. And that's all.
And I can speak to that in a moment, but Carl?
I don't have any other comments. Bart or Vianney, anything? All right, then Bart, yeah.
Who's saying no?
No, I don't have any comments. Thank you.
Okay. Well, then I'm just going to follow up on Bart and say I'm very happy that Bart joined the commission, and let everybody in Lafayette know there is an open spot and you're welcome to apply. All right, that's it from us. Would you have Questions?
Great, thank you. And any council members have questions? Councilmember Dawson?
First off, thank you all so much for your service. You know, it's incredible the time and the work and the consideration that you put into this. You know, you're wonderful volunteers, and we appreciate what you do. I have a question, and Mike, maybe you can talk to this. Is the local road safety plan, how much does our consultant actually maybe work or incorporate some of the feedback from TransCirc?
So certainly TransCirc is going to have to weigh in, but part of that process is starting up with a stakeholder group or a group, you know, basically an LRSP working group, if you will, that wouldn't just be TransCirc. I would certainly think it's going to include a TransCirc member, but it's going to be also members of the public, similar to, you know, any of your other plans that you put out. You gather volunteers to work through this process and the plan. So it's going to take public input for sure. And TransCirc would be one piece of that public input.
Okay, so it's kind of like a parallel to GPAC, like in a sense, but for the roads and safety plan. So we'll have representative stakeholders and plus some commissioner at least. Okay.
That's correct. That is what I envision. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Another suggestion I might have for you guys in TransCirc, speaking of volunteers, is possibly reaching out to the school PTAs, because that's where you're going to also get a lot of support for the same issues we have, school safety, and then they could help drive it up through the school district. So just another avenue of support and information for you.
Thank you. And Mike, I guess a follow-up question to the LRSP. We approved the consultant at the last meeting, and then they had a plan about forming that committee. And my understanding on Vision Zero and local road safety plans, that it incorporates also the schools, public safety, you know, stakeholders that represent also sort of the agency partners. When will we be hearing back about sort of the next steps and additional detail and timeline?
So in all honesty, I am really hoping to hire a staff person who can take this from the beginning to the end, and that person hasn't started working for us. And
okay,
I'm the backup to that staff person, and when I'm less available, you don't have a second backup. So in all honesty, and we are actively pursuing hiring a person, but it hasn't happened yet, and I hope it happens soon, because that is the right person to start that process for the local roadway safety plan and see it through to fruition and adoption by the council.
Great, and thank you. And I did want to say that on the city schools partnership, the schools, and as Stella referred to, the administration and the city schools partnership has been working very closely, and the schools have weighed in on working with Tool and going out on all of the site visits. And they have two other meetings this evening, two special meetings this evening. And so I don't anticipate that there will be representatives here this evening, but they have been weighing in on the plans through comments from the superintendent. And it was a written comment, I think, that came through. Not, I don't think it did come through. And hats off to Stella, who always makes sure that these items go into the school newsletters and things like that as much as possible. But absolutely, we can always partner more efficiently, but they are very, very much engaged in the process and with this, both at the school board level and the superintendent. And it is a priority for the school board. So I'm sure that the new superintendent will have this at the top of his list as well. And then any questions, and I'll save the funding thing, but any questions from other council members, or actually, Lynn, are you able to introduce yourself or make a comment with your?
How do I know that?
It sounded like, oh. Nope, she hadn't come off mute, so. Okay, so we'll go to any questions from any other council members.
Now, is that, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And so, yeah, welcome.
I had to go out and then come back, yeah.
Okay, thank you, and thank you. I know that sometimes that can be frustrating. Before, we didn't have any additional questions from council members, but Lynn, before I go to public comment on the item, did you have something you wanted to share about the Transcirc report? I think we can hear you. You're off mute. Okay.
So what sort of comments did you solicit?
Oh, just the other.
On which subject?
Stella and others, thanked the commission and talked about, the council and many other people, and just shared what their priority was. And some did not share. So, okay. So we will go to public comment if there aren't any other questions from the council. And Suzanne, if there are any members of the public, Suzanne will work with you to bring you into the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. If any members of the public would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now. Tad Sibley will be the first person to speak on this item, followed by Maurice. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature now.
Okay, and before we get started, this is separate from 7A. And of course, we want to hear from the public, and I'm sure Transcirc would love to hear any comments. This is not a comment on these particular items, 7A or 8A, I believe, are two transportation items this evening. So with that message, you're still welcome to come over. But if it's actually has to do with the bike path on School Street or the path on School Street or the Lafayette Estates, that will come up in just a bit. And I still see one hand raised, so we'll bring them over. And I don't see the person.
Mayor, I think they declined to be promoted as a panelist, so they may wish to speak on another item. I do not see any other hands raised for this item.
Okay, and that's what I thought. So thank you to those residents who are waiting until the appropriate item. So if there aren't additional questions or comments from council members, Councilmember Kendall.
I just a heartfelt thank you to all of you guys. We gave you a bucket of work this year, very uncharacteristically throughout history. And you guys rose to the occasion. It was a little rough at first, granted, we've never really done this before. And I just honestly, I really, really want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done this year. Good job.
Yeah.
And you're seeing a standing ovation, and we looked at your staff report, so we know that you still have a lot on your plate, and so we will thank you in advance for the work going forward. And then Stella, on the MTC OBAG dollars, staff and through the SWAT and CCTA and all of those have been submitting projects. It goes through, comes into the county in that way. It's not individual cities applying, and then we apply when the money comes, but happy to also talk, and point you in the right direction for those conversations that have been taking place. But as always, thank you for making sure that we're aware of every possible dollar opportunity. So, and anything else, Chair DeGiorgio?
No, I just a quick public shout out to Mike for doing so much, and he's been really stretched, and I know Trees helps him out, but we the setup is really, we rely on his judgment on a lot of things. And I think that's going to be one of the keys this year to trying to help improve the efficiency, is to try and take the approach of getting acceptance or getting transportation circulation acceptance on items, and not trying to go too deep down into the details if we can avoid it. And we can talk about that later, but the general last thought is thanks to Mike for all your hard work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Another standing ovation. And yes, Mike, hiring the additional persons. Okay, well, with that, we will thank you all. And I know that you'll be sticking around for our upcoming items. It is a very transportation circulation packed agenda. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And while we're coming there, our next item on the agenda will be there we go, almost. Will be our consent calendar. And thank you, Suzanne.
I move we adopt the consent calendar.
Well, I'll just ask quickly, are there any council members? Thank you very much. But are there any council members who want to remove any item? And while Suzanne's finishing up her work, we do want to give members of the public a chance to comment on any item on the consent calendar. And so once we finish, and Suzanne, thank you very much for all the work that you do behind the scenes, to make sure our meetings go smoothly.
It's a tag team with the city clerk, Joanne, helping in the background as well.
Great.
If anyone would like to speak on a consent calendar item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Okay, and I
do not see any hands raised.
Great, thank you. So I will bring it back now, and we have a motion by Councilmember Candell. Do we have a second to approve the consent calendar? I don't know whose hand I saw first, so I'm going to give it to Councilmember Kwok. It looked like the hands came up pretty quickly. So we have a motion by Councilmember Candell and a second by Councilmember Kwok. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Candell?
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson?
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Andori?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And so we have unanimously approved the consent calendar, adopted the consent calendar. So our next item is 7A, which is our old business. And on 7A, what I would like to propose, because we try every 2 hours to stop for a brief break, what I'd like to do is to have us do the staff presentation and then our clarifying questions, any questions we have for staff. And then we will take a brief break before we go into public comment. And so I see nodding of heads. And so Mike Moran, welcome for your first item on old business 7A.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. We are discussing a transportation issue tonight. And as you recall, at your last meeting, we had several recommendations for safety improvements near schools that the council took action on and gave direction to staff to enter into some designs, and you authorized some funding to implement some of those safety improvements. But 3 of the issues on School Street were to require a resolution because they would be changes to existing parking, public parking. So that is the item before you tonight. And just as a reminder, I'm going to try and share screen here. So are you seeing a Google Maps?
Yes.
Okay, so just as a reminder, this is School Street, and I'm up at Topper, and this is Stanley Middle School just off to the left here. The 3 items were SL14, and SL14 deals with these parking restrictions that are already in place. There's a no parking zone. And the issue we found with our school walkabouts and our audits were that although this is shown as no parking, a technicality, but nonetheless, we've been informed that a lot of drivers will pull off and wait and queue here in the shoulder. They're not leaving their vehicles, so they're not considered parked. So SL 14, as part of the resolution, is a recommendation to change this to no parking or no stopping. So that's both sides of this street and this radius here on the east end of Topper. As we head towards the school and towards Moraga Road, off on the right here is the Lafayette Moraga Trail, and as you can see, very conveniently located to Stanley Middle School. This afternoon, at the end of school, 101 students with bicycles crossed at this crosswalk up here to the north side and headed either to the west towards Moraga Road, but most of them headed to the east towards this Lafayette Moraga Trail. We do have a sidewalk on this side, but it's a narrow sidewalk. It's 4 feet wide. And we do have parking, and just temporarily we've been putting cones here for this first stretch between this crosswalk and the trail. And it's worked better for bicyclists that cross here and then they ride their bike in the street where these cars are parked to that trail. If the cars are parked here, they still ride in the street against traffic on the outside of the parked cars to the trail, because in addition to those 100 bicyclists, there are about 80 pedestrians that are walking with them, and they are, of course, walking slower, and they're on the sidewalk. So sharing this sidewalk and this with bikes and pedestrians is very difficult, at least at your school start and let out times. So SL2 is a proposal to utilize this parking all the way down to between Paradise Court, which is this court right here and this crossing, between Paradise Court and that trail up here. This is about 6 parking places that you would be displacing and having no parking. So that's SL2, and then finally SL9 extends that from Paradise Court headed to the west towards Moraga Road. So all these cars parked here on the right here. And again, there's a sidewalk, but not a bike lane of any kind. And this is very congested at school start and let out time. Past Avalon and Avalon Court, all the way to First Street. This is SL9, and this is a proposal to, with essentially sticks and paint, make a trail that dedicates this whole parking lane for bicycles so that they could access from the school all the way to this multi-purpose path here, which is another 10-foot wide path that connects you up to Golden Gate Way and up to the library. You could access Taco Bell, the shopping center around Golden Gate Way, Lafayette Plaza, and so forth. So the idea of it being on this north side is because this would be a continuous connection from this trail way up there to this trail way down here. This is a gap in the trail, so to speak, from the Lafayette Moraga Trail that could get you all the way towards Mount Diablo Boulevard, at least as far as Golden Gate Way. So I do have a resolution as part of this. The Transportation and Circulation Commission reviewed these recommendations that did come through the tool report, and they looked at these recommendations at 2 different times at 2 different meetings, and there are those were broken into short, mid, and long-term projects. SL2 was a short term. Everybody seemed to be almost unanimously in favor of we should at least get rid of these parking places. SL9, which is going to get rid of more parking places, over 20 more. And just by the way, this afternoon there were 22 cars parked on this stretch of road. The commission felt strongly enough that we should delineate this with paint and sticks, so to speak, which is a quick build project, because this does make a connection and it shouldn't be something that we defer. They felt like we should try this. So it was escalated, if you will, and approved by the Transportation and Circulation Commission and forwarded on to the City Council. It was one of the items forwarded that you took, that you reviewed last meeting, but also recognized that it needed to come back for public input and for a resolution. I made a comment a minute ago that there were 22 cars parked here. I will also want to comment that after school by 3:15 and school got out at 2:53, there were 5 cars parked there and it turned into 6 cars. And what I want to emphasize there is that, of course, all these parking places are utilized. But it was obvious to me, and not just today, but in past school walkabouts, including in preparation for these meetings, that many of the parking spaces utilized on this north side of School Street, at least during these school days, are utilized by school staff because it's convenient for them. And by 3:30, many of these are gone. Now, that's certainly, I don't want to imply in the slightest that, you know, if you live along this stretch that you never park in front of your home. I'm sure that happens as well. And some of the cars, I'm sure, do utilize those spaces. I just want to emphasize that many of them are obviously being used by school staff. And there's a cycle there where they get there just before school starts, and after school ends, many of these parking spaces are opened up. At the same time, there are parking spaces available in the school parking lot. So with discussions with school principals and the superintendent, this is a known occurrence where some staff utilize street parking because it's more convenient for them to do so, and it works for their commute and their convenience. So I just want to point that out. With that, I really don't want to say too much more about this. Obviously, there's been a lot of public comment. I know that the council was forwarded the same over 200 pages of public comment that I received this afternoon and have been perusing as it's come in, at least directly to me. So obviously, the loss of parking is not a popular topic. There's a lot of debate on both sides, a lot of good points on both sides. I just want to emphasize that the Transportation and Circulation Commission really thought that this stretch was an important enough stretch and a highly used stretch that it did justify recommending a loss of parking here in favor of dedicated bike lane. And that really concludes my presentation. Happy to take questions or comments.
Okay, so are there any questions of Mike, of staff, Vice Mayor and Dory? And just so that the public is aware, we do these questions first. Again, we're going to take a break. We will then come back for public comment, and then we will deliberate on the item. So these are clarifying and potentially technical questions. So Vice Mayor and Dory, thank you for the patience.
Okay, Mike, thank you. A technical question on the resolution in the third whereas. It says the Transportation Circulation Commission recommended that the City Council consider removing. You know, based on what you've said, would it be more accurate to change consider removing to remove? So that reads recommended the City Council remove parking on the north side? And then in the 2 lines down where it says consider modifying, just change that to modify. So it'd be construct a quick build bike path and modify a no parking zone. Is that acceptable? Does that accurately reflect what they did?
That does accurately reflect what they did, and it is more accurate. So thank you for that.
Okay, and just to confirm, what is it that will delineate, if we go forward with this, how will the bike lane be delineated? If you could provide a little more detail on that, that'd be great.
Yeah. It's literally like the plastic sticks that are mounted, you know, around like drain inlets, or we put some yellow ones down the center line of Spring Hill Road near Spring Hill School, delineators. Now they have different thicknesses, they have different heights, but they're vertical. They're not just, you know, bumps on the ground. They're a vertical row of plastic delineation. They're quick mount. Those would have to have gaps at all driveways. You'd have to let people in and out of their driveways, obviously. And that could lead to, it will be a wide enough lane that could lead to people driving inside them and parking there. So we would have to accompany that with either red curb or no parking signs. So that it's emphasized that if you do follow through with this resolution, that we have a no parking zone there. But it would be delineated basically with plastic sticks, and they would be white because they would be replicating a lane line or an edge line.
Okay, and I'll ask this question of you, but most likely the city attorney will need to address it. I just want to ask this before the public comments so the public is aware. There was a letter from an attorney that was included in the materials, and that letter was stating that this would not meet ADA requirements. And I understand that that's been looked at by our city attorney, and I wonder if we could have the city attorney just, no, I guess my question is, what is your reaction to that claim?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Anduri. I asked my colleague, Mike Maurer, who is one of our ADA experts who assisted us on the Burton Valley project when ADA issues were raised, to look into that issue today once we received the letter. And he said that the proposed work does not create or modify a pedestrian access route. And so the cross slope and grade requirements that have been mentioned only apply to pedestrian access routes and would not apply to what we have here, which is a bike lane in a street. So we do not have any ADA concerns about this project.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Anduri, and thank you, Mala. We spoke today as well. Any other questions? Councilmember Kendall and then Councilmember Kwok, and I will save mine.
Okay. Thank you very much. I like the Google Earth, in real time. It's very helpful. So I read in one of the letters, and this may be not something that we can address tonight. I don't know if it can be, but one was talking about there were some dense hedges on a lot of like the turn into Avalon on School Street. And that was one of the things, like, I know we didn't really talk about it, but are we thinking that is there any hedge work to improve the line of sight for the cars coming in and out of there? Can that be part of the work on School Street, or is that completely out of scope?
So it's not out of scope, but it may not have been defined to that specificity at your last meeting. But for example, there was some red curbs near corners that would be combined with pruning and improving line of sight, particularly between drivers and pedestrians and bikers. So it's not part of this item, but it is part of your School Street safety near school improvements, and it would be looked at that same time.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Kwok.
Thank you for using the Google Maps. When you started with the SL14 on the right-hand side, the no parking, you suggesting to change it to no parking and no stopping as well. What's the rationale for doing that? Is it a safety reason?
It's an enforcement issue. What we found were there were a lot of people idling in their cars right where we didn't want them to be. The no parking was put there to not have cars there because it adds to a clustered area where there's a lot of vehicles trying to drive through and pedestrians and bicyclists trying to cross, sometimes in counter flows and so forth. So it's just to free up the space. And if you saw there, it really wasn't wide enough to park fully off the road. There was a shoulder there. So you've got, 2 tires on the pavement. And so you're choking down the width of the road and also creating a line of sight issue, particularly on that corner. So just the no parking sign wasn't effective, unfortunately. So if you change it to no parking and no stopping, it can be enforced.
Is that city property, the distance between the street and then the trail?
It likely is. I cannot say for sure, but in general, those shoulders are public right of way. I don't know exactly at that. And then it turns into some East Bay mud property also as you get closer to that trail, because it's their land that the East Bay Regional Trail is on at that location. So I don't know where the exact lines are, but in general, the shoulder of the road and often the front 7 to 10 feet of people's front yards is in fact public right of way.
Right. Okay. I guess I'm thinking just on the comments of, we can, if we illuminate some of the space, obviously parents are waiting to pick their kids up, right? My wife did that, I did that, whatever. We have to try to find a place 10 minutes before the school bell rings where you're going to be, or even 2 minutes before. You can't stay in the middle of the road. So did Tool have recommendations where these people, where parents are going to queue up? People were creatively queuing up there, but where should they go then?
Yeah, no, in all honesty, we don't have an answer for that. It's a very valid comment. Okay. The best and only response is the opportunity that this could create. I mentioned you had 100 bicyclists, 101 cross the road today. If that became 150, you've only got room to queue, 30 cars on this whole street in the areas we're talking about. What if 30 more kids rode their bike to school? And now you wouldn't need those. So then you'd have the remaining vehicles maybe queuing at all those other spots where they're queuing now. Or maybe they come 10 minutes after school gets out rather than 10 minutes before, because that's obviously a problem, not just here near Lafayette Elementary and Stanley Middle, but at all of our schools. There is that problem of everybody gets out at the same time and every parent wants to be there the minute their child is out. But in the case of a junior high schooler, if you're picking them up with a vehicle, what if you could pick them up 10 minutes later? Because 10 minutes after this mess, it's pretty calm. That means your child is hanging out, or maybe they would be late to their next activity or something. I don't know. That's a personal issue, but staggering pickup times and drop-off times is one of the things that can help. And of course, encouraging others and more pedestrians and bicyclists to and from school certainly would help.
Thank you.
But we don't have more land. We don't have more parking places all of a sudden if we take some away. Certainly not within this zone. Now, you could also park, you could also park 2 streets down and access the trail 2 streets away, 3 streets away, 4 streets away. These are like just blocks, right? And do more of a remote drop off and pickup. And particularly if we had dedicated locations for your peds and bikes, maybe a 2-block walk would be, nice for a parent and their child. Their child gets a little bit of a walk to and from school or a ride to and from school, and maybe you don't, get trapped in that mess of vehicles right at the school.
Any other questions or comments? And I'm going to save my comment on that particular circulation and that until after. Vice Mayor Anduri?
Yeah, I'm going to ask this just so we have it before the public comment, because I know some of the public comments related to this. But Mike, at the last meeting, we approved a request for funds, support for requests for funds. Can you just describe what is the long-range plan for the area from First Street to the trail?
So the long-range plan would be a more formal, grade-separated, perhaps landscape buffered zone between vehicles and a multi-use pathway. Similar to what you see on First Street, it would look more like that. The details of that would still be worked out, even though the city and much of the public have been asking for this and looking at this for years. So, but it would be some formal grade separated, maybe a buffer of landscaping as well between moving vehicles and bicyclists and pedestrians.
So thank you on that. And I wanted to, and thank you, Mike, for touching on that this particular School Street path from even, and this is not what we're looking at tonight, we're looking at the temporary First Street to the trail, but the idea of a School Street path from Moraga Road to the trail, First Street to the trail, has actually been discussed by the city for years and grants have been applied for. Is that correct?
That is correct. The last 2 cycles of ATP funding, cycle 4 and cycle 5, I believe, we did apply for School Street funding for a more formal pathway along this zone.
And then also just to clarify that, and it showed very clearly on the Google map, but just to make sure that I understand, we are not looking at doing anything to the direction of Topper. Topper will not be one, I mean, it will continue to be two-way the way that it is now. Correct?
That is correct. This item is not changing the two-way traffic on School Street or Topper or any of the surrounding streets like Avalon.
Okay, thank you. And I think those were my clarifying questions. I might veer into comments if I continue. So what I would like to do is that we will take a 5-minute break. Is 5 minutes enough time? And we will come back at approximately, we're going to call it 9:02. Okay, so thank you. And thank you to the public for waiting. We'll go into public comment right after that. like we're popping back in. Thank you all. Okay, and I don't see Councilmember Dawson, but is my screen large enough? Yep, looks like we're down one panelist, so hopefully she'll be able to get back in.
She's in the attendee room, maybe.
Yeah, oh, there you go. Yep, thank you, Councilmember Kwok. There she is. There we go. So as promised, we will go to public comment. As we get ready to move to public comment, I do want to thank everyone who submitted written public comment. And as you heard through some of our questions and in the comments, we did all read every single word. I know that I'm sure we all took notes and very much appreciate the views of everyone who wrote in. We of course encourage you and want to hear from you for public comment, but I do want you to take into mind that we have read everything. And so and read your comments for the meeting before and listened to all the comments as well. And so with that information, we will open it up for public comment. And Suzanne, I will have you take it from here. I see hands up already, and I'm sure that they will keep coming up. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So we currently do have 51 attendees on the Zoom call, and there are 7 hands raised so far. The first speaker will be Bill Hoagland, followed by Dave Campbell.
Okay, and welcome. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
But you can't see me, so.
I can't, but that's your choice.
Well, how do I change that before my egg timer goes off?
We won't start the timer until you're on. So under where you unmuted yourself, just to, well, at least on mine, to the right of that is to turn on your video. It probably says stop video or start video.
Okay, hold on a minute. Thank you. Like the 3 dots. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. I got it. Thank you.
I was going to say, I know on different devices. Very
yeah,
good.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Bill Hoagland.
Welcome.
How are you? I've lived at 3486 School Street. We have my wife and my 2 grown kids for 37 years. We're right across from the Stanley Music Building that when we moved in was a corporation yard, but has been repurposed. So I just very briefly wanted to read the letter to everybody who's listening or watching from our attorney, from Dave Bowie of Bowie and Schaefer. And dear members of City Council, I represent a group of 4 neighbors residing. I just got to get my glasses on, sorry.
And we did read the letter, so if
no, but I don't think everybody is aware of the letter.
No, I'm very much appreciate. I just want to make sure that it's a 3-minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
so we can start that over now that you have your stuff. But
let me get my glasses. Hold on. Give me a minute. Because I don't think everybody's read this letter. So I'm going to read it really quick and then make a couple points that seem to contradict.
And we had, so I just, Suzanne, can you stop the I'm not trying to be obstinate, but Vice Mayor Anduri is holding it up, and happy to have you read it. But it took me longer than 3 minutes to read it.
Okay, well, let me make the point.
I just want you to have the opportunity to make your point.
So the city attorney, we've hired legal counsel, and first and foremost, we think that it's not just a bicycle path you're proposing. It's a multi-use path. And any change to the street will require ADA compliance. We had the street surveyed. Its average elevation out of ADA is about 5%, and ADA requires 2%. So we think the city may be misinformed on what they're getting into and what the potential cost might be. My other concern is a lack of notification. We were given 2 sandwich boards were put up. The first one at the trail and School Street on 4/18, that's a 7-day notice. The second one at School and First Street on 4/20, that's a 5-day notice. And then on 4/22, little paper sign with the supplemental signage was put up 3 days before the meeting. So I don't feel that we've received due process with respect to proper notification of what the city is trying to do. I think they're kind of trying to shove this through pretty quickly. Other thing is, I think the neighbors should be aware of where, if you remove this parking, where it's going to go on to all the side streets. Mike Moran talked about choking the width of the road with those 4 parking stalls. Well, let me tell you, if you put a bike lane in on School Street, that's going to further choke it. So I think what you're trying to promote is actually causing more of a problem than solving the problem. The other thing is with regard to Senate Bill 9 and higher density for the lots, we think removal of parking contradicts that state mandate. So we think you should look into that. And we just, I've lived there a long time. We know our neighbors. We think you should pay a lot more attention to us than to everybody else who, is outside of our neighborhood, has all these great ideas. And I'd also like to commend the 2 actresses, Hannah and Clara Mittman. They are lovely young ladies and they're tremendous actresses. So good job, girls. I've got 6. I'm running out of time, but we are going to fight this. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. And we will bring the next speaker in. And as we're doing that, the tone was nice. I do want us to make sure that we're not personally, this is about the issues and the items and the concerns that you have. And so I do just want to remind everyone that we are all residents of Lafayette, and we are all volunteers. We are all working on behalf, and some people tonight are going to say things that you might not agree with, but we are not here to personally call out individuals. So with that, we will move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Suzanne.
The next speaker is Dave Campbell, followed by Yas Dasmulchi, Piesha Farrington, Jennifer Paul, Glenn Breslin, Ernie Sexton, and Eric Law.
Welcome, Mr. Campbell.
Councilmember, sorry for the delay. This is Dave Campbell, Advocacy Director with Bike East Bay. We're a walk bike nonprofit, working with your staff and with you on many safety issues throughout Lafayette and the East Bay, all of Contra Costa counties. I don't live in Lafayette, But Bike East Bay, we're a membership organization, and we do have many members who live in Lafayette. And I just wanted to call in and say a few things. One, I think your design on First Street is exemplary. I hope that is going well and is well received. I know it's well used. When I've been over there during school hours, lots of people walking and biking on that. And I'm proud to say I point to that when other cities are trying to solve similar challenges of how do we get kids walking and biking safely to school. I say, go look at First Street in Lafayette, look what they're doing. And the other opportunity I have to point to Lafayette is all the kids that are walking and biking on the Lafayette Moraga Trail, coming into Stanley, going to school in the neighborhood. It's certainly one of the most bike popular schools in the East Bay of all schools in the East Bay. So well done on that. And of course, this is why this project is so needed. I applaud you for doing a quick build like Mike explained, staff explained. It's sticks and paint. If for some reason it's just not working and the benefits aren't outweighing the impacts, it's sticks and paint, and it's easily adjusted. So I applaud you for doing that as well. We're happy to help. Cities are doing that all across the East Bay. And in fact, they're doing these two-way bikeways like you're designing with sticks to get kids to school. And yes, their attorneys have looked into, are these ADA accessible? And these cities are getting the same answers you're getting. Yes, they are. Richmond has done this in schools. Fremont has done it. Alameda has done it. I'm happy to share the examples with you if you need it, but your city attorney has done their homework here as other cities have done, and perfectly accessible. So here speaking in support of the staff recommendation, and look forward to getting this built. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming this evening, and we will move on to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Josta Smolcha.
Welcome back.
Hi, thank you for letting me in. And my name is Josta Smolcha, Dr. Josta Smolcha, if you must have that. I'm a dentist in Lafayette on School Street. I've been there for 27 years almost. And first of all, I want to say thank you to the council. This is amazing. I've never participated before, and I appreciate the opportunity. Second thing I wanted to say is that I'm speaking to the SL9 part of the proposal. For sure, some of those people who park there are the staff of the school, but some of them are also staff or patients, and some of them are residents. And if you remove that 20 to 20 parkings down School Street between First and School Street, it will affect the traffic, in my opinion, and it will affect the lives of people who live there, the lives of people who work there, and the lives of people who come in just to go to one of our businesses or to their friends' houses. And to eliminate an entire area of parking just because there is, as Mr. Moran himself said, 10 to 15 minutes of major traffic in that area does not make sense to me. And that's what I wanted to bring up, is that if you really must do something like this, if it's that necessary, you can possibly put some time limits, as no parking when the kids are being dropped off and or coming to school, and no parking when they are leaving. Other than that, eliminating that many parking spots will affect life on School Street. And to my knowledge, School Street for the most part is a very quiet street. On any other time other than the drop off and pickup time at the schools, there is no congestion, there is no danger, so to speak, for bikers or walkers. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? No, thank you very much. And thank you for coming this evening. Oh, Councilmember Dawson.
Thank you, Yas, for coming. Just a quick question about your business. Is there adequate parking during the day? Do you need overflow parking?
We have parking in the back. My personal office probably has enough, but we probably have some patients that do park on the street. It's just easier for them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, no, and thank you again for coming. And we'll go to our next speaker.
The next speaker is Piesha Farrington, followed by Jennifer Paul.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi. My name is Petia. I love the interpretation. So I am a parent of an elementary student who is in Lafayette Elementary and a Stanley student, 6th grader. And also I've lived on one of the courts, Avalon Court, for the past year. And actually from my kitchen, and when I go outside to wait for the kids, sometimes I see practically every day the traffic that happens when it's busy and when it's not busy. And so I have some questions. I'll try to be as clear as possible. I know I wrote my letter, so you have the specifics, but just in general, some questions like, by looking at it literally every day, yes, I agree with Yas that during the busy time is when there's a lot more congestion. There are so many cars that do illegal U-turns on Avalon Court, trying to turn around. And also, I've noticed that I'm talking about SL9. So I've noticed that there are very few kids, and they usually are accompanied by parents, elementary kids mostly, that go on the north side of School Street. Usually the Stanley's kids or the bikers go, for that concern, the SL2. And there are lots of walkers that cross the street and go to First Street, but very few, maybe 20. I mean, I haven't really counted exactly, but it's about that I see that go use the north side. And then when school is out, obviously it's a lot more quiet. My concern is how is this going to really, I'm concerned about the safety of the kids. How is this going to help safety around Stanley? I'm not worried about somebody parking in front of my house because they already do at pickup. It's more about, there's been so much, they're so busy that by removing all these parking spaces, and when I see that there are also parents who park on those streets, and if the teachers, like Mike Moran said, that try to use the street to park instead of the teacher designated parking lot, they're going to go into the courts. And what's going to happen is, or people who are going to be looking to parking for Lafayette Elementary and Stanley are going to go into the courts and into the other streets, especially on the side of the courts where the bike lane would be. It's not going to be like First Street. Well, First Street is just houses. And my thoughts are, and just want to kind of say what my thoughts were, with the houses, right? They have their parking lot. So you don't have people coming in and out to like pick up their kid and come out of there. So I see it as a big congestion. And also our courts are so small that how is an emergency vehicle going to go if both sides are parked? So just my question is, what is the plan for all the lost parking spaces, and how are you going to work that business coming in and out when there's going to be a bike lane, with pickup? And do you know what I mean? Okay. Sorry, I have 11 seconds. So I'm trying to rush it. But, and I just feel like there's more congestion going to cause more issues for SL9 with Stanley pickup and drop off.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? And what we do is at the end, we're capturing questions, and when we come back for our deliberations, we'll answer questions. We don't do a back and forth dialogue right now, but thank you very much for coming. Thanks for writing, and thank you for coming.
The next speaker is Jennifer Paul, followed by Glenn Breslin.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, sorry, there's a little bit of a glare. Thank you so much and good evening. I just wanted to express my great support for tonight's agenda item 7A. The action has been studied several times, and it's been cited in several studies in the past to be an important safety improvement. These studies include the 2013 Safe Route to School Report, the 2018 Arup Downtown Congestion Reduction Plan, the 2020 Berkeley Safe Truck Complete Study Safety Assessment, the 2022 tool report. All of those reports were cited being in favor of extending the bike path on School Street, which would be utilized by not just students at Stanley and Lafayette Elementary, but all residents. So in essence, this has been studied for almost 10 years, and for those residents, it's been an almost 10-year notice. The area around School Street is devastatingly known now to be fatal. And with our newly adopted Vision Zero, we need to not let removal of parking stand in our way. Lafayette has removed parking for safety in other areas of the city, such as where I live on Quant Road. We replaced parking for a sidewalk. And those in my neighborhood would tell you that the benefit of safety completely outweighs the cost. When you take away the parking, it really does work itself out. It's the right thing to do. This bike path has the highest potential to prevent severe injuries and fatalities. We have to protect everyone, from students and parents, all residents, and those that work there, such as crossing guards like Ashley Diaz. So thank you, Mike, and City Council and Transcirc Commission. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you for your written and your oral comments this evening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Glenn Breslin, followed by Ernie Sexton. And then there are about 3 other hands raised after those folks.
Thank you, Suzanne. And welcome, Mr. Breslin.
You hear?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, those 3 dots. Okay, so I think I'll talk without displaying myself. I can't find. Okay, that's okay. Yes.
Quite all right.
Okay, good. Okay,
Welcome.
so thank you so much. I appreciate providing me the opportunity to speak. I'm Glenn Breslin. I live across from Stanley Admin Building. I live on School Street on the north side between Paradise and First. I've been living here for 30 years. My child has attended Lafayette School and also attended Lafayette Stanley School. So I'm speaking primarily for SL9. I certainly see the need for SL2, where the vast majority of students take the crosswalk and go from Paradise Court to the trail. Certainly needed. My area, we were out there several days. There's a minimal number of bikes on the north side. They're predominantly on the south side, walking their bike to either go to the Paradise crosswalk or to the crosswalk to First Street. So there's very little bang for the buck. All this parking and just some bikes during school, I just don't understand it. You're impacting the neighborhood, and it offers very little for safety. So let's see what else. So just for the bike lane to accommodate just a handful of bicyclists, maybe 2, and with a vast majority of going out Paradise to, again, the trail or going up First Street, doesn't really certainly make sense, as the impact is substantial to our neighborhood and to the community. The people picking up their kids, they can't park there anymore. The people the teachers, they can't park there anymore. The people going to the dentist, they can't park there anymore. It's very impactful. So just in summary, I see SL2 important, SL9 just don't get it. Just don't get it at all as it impacts us. Really, it's a small bang, very small bang for the buck. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And are there any questions from my colleagues? And so thank you for the written comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ernie Sexton, followed by Eric Law, Grace Dixon, Bob Mack, and Gloria Diaz, and Abby Fateman.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you so much for letting me speak. My name is Ernie Sexton. I live on the corner of Avalon Court and School Street. And I'll try not to be too heated this time, even though obviously this would be pretty upsetting if I told you yesterday I was going to put a bike lane in front of your house. So I'll try to be cool. So our family has huge concerns about how this bike lane was handled. Having only a few days to find out what the city proposes to do in front of our home is mind-blowing, to say the least. After 13 years of living here, we were given a few days notice that the front of our home is up for a vote, which will seriously impact our lives. Now you are saying you would like to put delineators in front of our home, those little plastic things that stick out. These are hideous to look at. You are giving us residents who live here absolutely no say, and it's just terrible. The fact that you do not even have a pickup plan, nor a plan for parking, or what to do with parking is further testimony that this was not thought through, or it definitely was not talked about with any of us who live here. On Paradise Court, on Topper Lane, on School Street, at Avalon Court. So we will be forced to park our cars on Avalon Court, which is already congested. During the school day, this will be an absolute nightmare and pose huge safety concerns for emergency vehicles going down Avalon Court and Paradise Court. Because not only will School Street visitors be parking on Avalon Court, so will the residents, the teachers, and visitors to Stanley, the businesses that are also on School Street. I know that many of our friends in this community may feel that they want this bike path, but there is already a bike path that goes to the downtown area. That's the Moraga Trail. I've taken it myself, I've walked it myself. I just cross over and I'm downtown. So bikes can easily and safely use the road, especially if speed bumps are installed and flashing safety crosswalk lights are installed. I thought safety for the children was the concern here. A two-way bike lane on the north side of the street does not address this safety. Who would allow their elementary school child to ride in the bike lane on School Street with all the pickup and drop-off traffic? I know I wouldn't. Our crosswalks aren't even safe for them to cross, let alone a bike lane that runs next to the traffic, full of distracted parents trying to drop off their kids, making illegal U-turns into that bike lane, double parking in the bike lane, and trying to get to work on time. The parking along School Street is a perfect buffer from the traffic and the children who are 90% walking on the sidewalk or at the corner of the trail and Topper Lane getting into school. I propose that the city rethinks this bike lane and consider putting in raised crosswalks. All right, well, thank you.
Finish up, yeah. You
want me to finish up? Okay. So I would propose that the city rethink the bike lane and consider putting in the raised crosswalks, bumps, and crosswalk lights. And also to use the St. Mary's side of the road to make it safer for pickup and drop off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? I don't see anyone. Thank you very much. Thank you for your for coming this evening and for your written comment.
The next speaker is Eric Law, followed by Grace Dixon.
Good evening, welcome.
Hey, good evening, Lafayette City Council. Hey, thank you guys very much for your time on this topic. It's obviously been quite a few years of working on these reports and studies, and this is a great opportunity to move forward. I want to voice my support for this project to build the bike path on School Street. I live on Solana Drive, 2 blocks from Stanley, and we walk down Avalon Street to get our kids to school. When we get to School Street, it is an absolute disaster with us and the bicyclists crammed onto the sidewalk with telephone poles in the middle of it. Many people walk in the streets with the cars weaving in between parked cars. As soon as the school drop off and pickup is over, School Street is empty. I have pictures of empty School Street. Mike Moran has pictures of empty School Street. It is a piece of real estate that is very underutilized. This path and the real estate that's being built on is public infrastructure. These are not private parking spaces that we're taking away, as some previous speakers would allude to. This is public infrastructure that is for all of us to use. If somebody wanted to build a bike path on my street on Solana, I would absolutely support turning our street into a one-way street and putting a bike and ped path on it. That would be a huge advantage to those that walk down a 2-lane street, that if you park a car, it becomes a 1-lane street on it. We live on a very narrow street. This trail enables all residents, including our children and seniors, safer mobility around Lafayette. Drivers race along like they own the roads, and our city police department will never have the budget to catch them all. We need the dedicated infrastructure. As city council members, we've elected you to do what is right and provide infrastructure for all residents, children, seniors, bicyclists, walkers, those with disabilities, those pushing strollers, and not just those that choose to drive a car. This is a badly needed project to increase our infrastructure, and our roads should not be dedicated 90% to cars. As Mike highlighted, 180 kids walk and bike across School Street just going to the trail. That doesn't include the next 100 and something kids that go to Lafayette Elementary on that same School Street. There's over 200 and something kids walking and biking on that School Street every day. And there's actually more kids walking and biking than driving cars. Somebody chimed in about real estate. According to the Redfin, the most expensive real estate on $1 per square foot of house or land in Lafayette is on narrow streets with little or no parking and in the trails neighborhood. Let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a bike path or close to the trails, your house is worth more than if you're in the boonies and you have to drive to downtown. And you can look that up on Redfin. More laughing and talking children and seniors is just like what we have on the Lafayette Moraga Trail. You can't connect with the driver next to you like you can when you're walking with your neighbors down the street. This is a great opportunity to improve Lafayette and make it a better town for everyone. Please show us your leadership tonight in moving Lafayette forward and protecting our children and seniors by voting to move this path forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And are there any questions for the speaker? I don't see anybody going for their mic, so thank you very much for coming this evening and providing your comment.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Grace Dixon, followed by Bob Mack, Gloria Diaz, Abby Fateman, Marilyn Sibley, Tad Sibley.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am speaking in support. I live on Monroe, as many of you know, and I know this is a complex issue. I cannot imagine the haranguing that went about trying to get the First Street improvements to happen, and now that is a victory for the entire city and our entire community. I will say that there is no direct, easy access to downtown for the Burton Valley families, and I feel for them. If the children take the trail from Burton Valley and go off on School Street, there is not a wide enough bike path for them to get to downtown. If they continue on the trail and then get off on Moraga Boulevard, there is not a wide enough bike lane. If the trail is fixed, and it's out right now, between Moraga Boulevard and Mount Diablo, there is not a safe and wide enough bike lane on Mount Diablo for the little ones. So ideally, if this pathway is fixed, at least the little ones can take this safe bike lane to the First Street and get to downtown that way. My husband and I were on a walk Sunday morning at, I think it was 9 a.m. And we witnessed yet another bike and car accident on 2nd Street and Moraga Boulevard. There was a fire engine, there was a paramedic. This was an adult involved. I can't imagine an adult bicyclist. I can't imagine if it was a child. At any rate, I am thinking towards the future, and towards the future, what we want is more people on bikes and more people walking and fewer people in cars. And this will benefit actually everybody, including those in cars, because there will be fewer cars on the road. So I'm trying to be brief, but at any rate, I'm in full support. And I think this is how the community needs, the direction our community needs to take. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. And we will now go to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Bob Mack, followed by Gloria Diaz.
Welcome.
All right, there I am.
Yep, there you are. Good evening.
All right, Bob McLean, Lafayette. Actually live on Topper Court, so I am impacted by parking and cyclists and students and you name it. So the mayor noted that this is a temporary path. So what exactly does that mean? If any of you went to Cal, you know that there were some temporary buildings from the 1940s that were still there 50 years later. So how long will this temporary path be there? When and how will it be evaluated? If you've read my submitted comments, the path from First Street to Avalon Court and from Paradise Court to the trail, it makes sense just because of the volume of cyclists. You know, Mike noted tonight there's 101 down there at Paradise Court end. Has there been a cyclist count over at the crosswalk at the other end there at Avalon Court? But in that middle section from Avalon Court to Paradise Court, it's already mentioned tonight, that middle section is really not a lot of cyclists there. And I got to question the validity or necessity of a bike path in that area. And I'm curious, has there been a cyclist count for that middle section also? Otherwise, you know, the council's making some decisions without actually having some relevant data. Why doesn't the city use the full right-of-way? The city has a 50-foot right-of-way. A typical driving lane is 12 feet and a common parallel parking space is 8 feet. So that's 40 feet. So now you got 10 feet left over, which is plenty for a combination bike path sidewalk. So you get the bike path, you don't lose any parking. Related to that, or as an alternative idea, I've seen this in San Francisco where instead of having parking, you know, curb parking bike path, you switch it so you have the bike path on the curb side and then you have the parking further out in the street. And so now you've got the bike path protected by these parked cars. You see that in San Francisco. So this path will be delineated with sticks and paint. Delineation is not protection. You know, right now you got these kids, they're using the sidewalk and it's safe, it's off the street and they're protected by all the parked cars. And now all those kids are gonna get dumped out in the street. And you're gonna get some impatient or careless driver who's gonna do something stupid. They're gonna blow through the sticks and paint and hit a kid. And all of a sudden this quick decision for a quick build path isn't gonna look so good. You know, you put enough people, cyclists on the street, you're gonna get, I've been hit, you know, as a cyclist. Where are people gonna park? Well, obviously Avalon Avenue, Avalon Court, Paradise Court, and Topper Court. And then those streets are gonna submit petitions to create permit parking just like over by the BART station. And then where are they gonna go after that? It's gonna be pushing a problem and pushing a problem and pushing a problem. I speak from experience because I used to live in Rockridge in Oakland, and that's what happened with the BART parkers. People didn't like the BART parkers, so they petitioned for permit parking, and it pushed to the next street, and then they got parking, and it pushed. Perfect timing. Thank you.
Great. So any questions for the speaker? No. So thank you very much. Thank you for the communications at the two meetings and for your comments this evening.
Good night.
The next speaker is Gloria Diaz, followed by Abby Fateman, Marilyn Sibley, Tad Sibley, Claudia Cohen.
Give a second, but welcome, Mrs. Diaz. And give a second, you are on mute. There you go. So you are off mute.
Let's start the video.
There you go.
There you go. Hi, my name is Gloria, and I'm, the mother of Ashley Diaz, who was unfortunately tragically killed at, Stanley School. And I thank you all for doing what you can to improve the condition. I looked at Mike Moran's bike path, and I approve it thoroughly. If that can prevent any tragedy from happening again, and also help reduce the congestion, I think that's the way to go. And that's, that's my say in this thing.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for being here. Are there any questions?
So I just thought I'd like to attend this, and yeah, thank you guys.
And we appreciate your offer of help in working on the safety around schools. I appreciated meeting with you along with Mala and Narup, and so just so much appreciate the work that you want to continue to do. So are there any members of the council who would like to ask a question of the speaker? Okay, so thank you very much, Gloria, for coming this evening. And everyone, all the council members are nodding and sending.
Thank you very much.
Messages. Thank you.
The next speaker is Abby Bateman, followed by Marilyn Sibley.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Actually, if it's okay, I'd like to move later in the meeting. I'm feeling a little.
I appreciate that. We will move you back and we will bring the next speakers.
Thanks. I'll raise my hand in a few minutes.
Great. Thank you, Abby.
The next speaker is Marilyn Sibley, followed by Tad Sibley.
Oh, there you go. Welcome, Ms. Sibley. Welcome, Marilyn.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry that I'm the person right after Mrs. Diaz because my heart just goes out to her. My family was home that day because we're getting ready for my son's wedding, and we saw everything. So I just want to say that that tragedy was not due to a missing bike connector. It was due to reckless driving in an environment of chaotic vehicle maneuvers, illegal turns, everyone in a hurry to get to their next activity. And I'd like to encourage each of you council members, go out there at 2:45 to 3:05 at that crosswalk. It will make your heart stop. The people that parked on the courts, double parked on each side of Paradise facing out, some going right, some going left. It's a mess. So, if you take the parking away, that's where the cars are going to go for pickup. People want to be able to get their kids and get on to the next thing. What I worry about is that some of the staff and volunteers will be parking on those courts during the day, and there still won't be any room for pickup for those parents. And then emergency vehicles won't be able to get down safely if there's an emergency. By the way, Stanley students are taught to walk across that Paradise crosswalk, walking their bikes and walking to the trail. They're not going to be riding en masse, 10 thick on this bike trail from Paradise to the actual trail. So please delay this decision. Let's slow down, bring us the neighborhood in, parents, community stakeholders, to come up with a perfect permanent traffic calming plan in an alternate pickup area, possibly St. Mary's, stop the politicalization of a tragedy for advocate gain. We support safe routes to school, but not this painted two-way bikeway with sticks. It's not logical. It's not a permanent answer. Mr. Moran is quoted in the city council meeting from August 23rd on page 22. I am not a fan of delineators. They break and also get hit. Well, a delineator could get hit and a child could be right there any time of day. Without a sound plan for the future, it's another accident waiting to happen. I do have one question. How will this two-way bike lane work between Avalon Court and First Street, where the street narrows considerably? It's not as wide as the street between Avalon and Paradise Court. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? No, and thank you, Marilyn. And I'm sorry also for your experiences as well. Okay, so we will go on to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Tad Sibley, followed by Claudia Cohen.
Welcome, Mr. Sibley. And while we're, there you go. while your mic's coming on. I just wanted to encourage folks to raise their hand if you're planning to speak this evening.
Of course.
Welcome, Mr. Sibley.
My name's Tad Sibley. I'm 3476 School Street. I also own a dental building at 3511. I support Dr. Delamalchi. I support Glenn and other speakers who have talked about SL9 and the importance of SL9. My observation is the students from Stanley go up the south side of School Street to the crosswalk at Avalon Court. Then they cross the street and then they come up to First Street. There's very, very few, as other people have mentioned, there's very, very few cyclists coming down School Street. The other day that I observed early when I came home, there was one cyclist and he was in the street and he was an adult rider and amidst all that traffic. So honestly, I've not seen kids coming down westbound on School Street between Paradise and Avalon. Secondly, Mike, you brought up a point tonight about enforcement. And I think that that's something that needs to be addressed, seriously addressed. You were depending upon enforcement for your no parking signs where Topper enters into School Street. And I want to tell you about, my wife was right. I mean, there's so many illegal U-turns. There's so many double parking. There's so many people passing on the left or the right, passing stopped cars. You're just going to have continued accidents. And it's not just here. Earlier caller mentioned 2nd Street and Moraga Boulevard. People coming down 2nd southbound, they cross Moraga Boulevard, they go into Monroe. They're entering, it's not a school crosswalk, but they're entering the school zone, the influence of the school zone. And I take that way to work. Every morning I come down Moraga Boulevard, I turn left onto 2nd. Inevitably, I see people rolling through the stop sign or blowing through it. And often it's the same perpetrators. Often they have kids in the car. They're actually delivering kids. Now, if the tragedy that just happened, you would think people would be safer around here. Well, it comes back to an enforcement, I believe. That's it. There's some issues I have on the ADA issue, but
well, you have a few seconds. Oh, look.
Okay.
That was
on the ADA issue. It does pertain to crosswalks, and the bike lane will affect it. Will affect a crosswalk area. It also invites people with a wheelchair or walker to use the bike walk, and there it's too much slope. So you might want to just check into that, just so we wind up making it safe for everybody. If we're going to make it safe for kids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from council members of the speaker? Okay, no, thank you. And thank you for your written comment as well.
The next speaker is Claudia Cohen, followed by Abby Fateman and Deborah Dwyer. After those three hands, there's also a speaker named Gary. If anyone else would like to talk, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now so we are aware of your interest to speak.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm actually Gay Cohen. My mom was on the meeting first. Okay, so like I'm there at the crosswalk like basically 3 to 4 times a week, like right after school. There's like a bunch of crossing guards there. I feel like really safe there. And then and that's when there's a bunch of cars. And then sometimes I'll just like hang out after when there's like barely any cars. Maybe like every few minutes one goes down. So it's only for like half an hour or like less that there's like a bunch of cars. And even still, I feel like really safe there, like with all the crossing guards around. So then, but the bike lane, it's like acting as if there's a problem 24/7, which there's not. And then, so maybe like at most, I would say a 30-minute like no parking for drop off and pickup, because like we kids, we can walk like a bit to be picked up elsewhere. It doesn't have to all be at School Street. And then wait a second. And so it's, I mean, it's just like kind of feels safe. And yeah, that's really all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I'm sorry, I missed your name as you were coming in.
Gabe Cohen.
Gabe, thank you. I thought that's what I heard, but I just wanted to make sure that we had your name. Thank you for coming and for speaking. Do any council members have questions? Thank you very much for coming and sharing your perspective.
The next speaker is Abby Fateman, followed by Deborah Dwyer.
Hi, good evening, Council. Thanks for taking up this very, very important issue. I think when I first started talking to the council about school and street safety was a few years ago, and it's wonderful to see another project being considered. I'm here to speak in support of staff and TransCirc recommendation for both resolutions. And I'm supporting it from a user of this area and someone who would definitely use it more if there was a protected space. I do want to first address this issue around data and are there bikes using it and are people using it? Certainly more people will use it if there is a path there. You can't count the number of people that aren't there. And I certainly know that some of us use it anyway, but less frequently than we would like to. As a mother in the community, I've raised 2 kids who went to BBE and then rode bikes to Stanley. And I really, really wish we had this when they were going to Stanley. It would have made me feel so much better about them riding. As they grew up, they also then got jobs across the way in Lafayette Square and would take that offshoot from the trail down School Street to get across Moraga. And gosh, the stories we would hear, makes you think it's not worth having a job locally if you can't really ride your bike safely to it as a teenager. So I do want to say that kids use this area, young adults use it area. And as an adult, I use the area sometimes. I would like to use it more. And I'm certainly not comfortable using it. And I consider myself savvy enough to be able to navigate around. So I wanted to just address first the data. You can't count the people who aren't using it because they're not using it. And there certainly is a lost opportunity there. Also, just from experience of trying to use it, I wanted to convey that there is definitely an improvement that could be made. And third, I want to just identify, like, we have been studying this for over a decade. We have policy in place to guide our decisions. We adopted policy because we know this is an emotional issue and we get tied up in some of these non-science-based conversations. And really, we need to follow policy to create safety for all users. And I do think there is yes, let's put in these bike parking, put in these bike paths. And so the and is, yes, figure out school drop-off. Why hasn't anybody figured out a better way to do school drop-off? What are you waiting for? Go ahead and do it. No one is stopping the school district from doing it. Nobody is stopping the school district from telling their teachers to park in the school parking lot where they're supposed to park. There are all sorts of things that you as city council don't control and me as a resident don't control. But what we can control is how we use the city right and help support other decisions and other processes to make this a complete project and a complete safe approach to this region. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer questions or just go away so you can listen to more people.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Are there any other council members have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. And thank you for coming and providing your comments. And the next speaker?
The next speaker is Deborah Dwyer, followed by Gary, and then Jamie Hessian. Anyone else would like to speak? Please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Thanks, Suzanne.
And if Deborah is not available now, I'll promote Gary to speak to you next. So Gary will be coming in now.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Gary. There we
Okay,
are.
now,
There
sorry.
you go. Welcome.
Click all the right buttons. Thank you, Council. I appreciate your taking the time to hear me. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can.
And again, I know I wrote a letter. You said you've read all the letters. I live on Topper Court, Topper Lane, Gary Risky, and I understand, and Mike referred to the, I don't know, 150, 200 bicyclists, whatever. The vast majority of those, I understand, go across at Paradise Court and walk the 20 or 30 yards to get onto the trail, and there the trail is. If what we're focused on is safety of the children, and I certainly feel for Miss Diaz, and I was around the day that happened, the safety issues are what we're trying to address. Putting a bike lane, taking away the parking, creating all the additional safety issues of people pulling in and out of their driveways when it's not used for the kids from a safety standpoint, it doesn't seem to be a good use of the resources of the city, responding to the residents, responding to all the residents of Lafayette. And I know a number of people have responded to say, look, this is something that we need to do as a city and we need to be civil about it. But I don't think that this particular solution is very well thought out, particularly the SL9 and even the SL2. I understand blocking off so that people don't park there to pick up, but the kids, they're taught to walk their bikes across the crosswalk at Paradise Court. And I fully endorse and fully support putting in the speed bumps, putting in the additional lighting systems and protective barriers, all those. But the bike path piece of it doesn't seem to be addressing the safety issues and doesn't seem to fit with the rest of the suggestions that are part of the process. So, and I know you said, Mike, earlier that you're not looking at turning Topper Lane into a one-way street, that's a midterm type of process. But again, I'd love to see the traffic surveys and that type of thing to support that process. And finally, I'd also like to say there seems to be a lost opportunity of not using St. Mary's Road and creating more of a pickup and drop off and parking opportunity down on the St. Mary's Road side of the school that, again, would alleviate some of the traffic and safety concerns in School Street. So, Council, thank you very much. I appreciate your time on this.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Thank you. I know that you and your wife submitted written comments. So thank you for your written comment and for being here this evening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah Dwyer. So Deborah, there'll be a prompt for you to accept to become a panelist so you can speak to the council.
Welcome.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Thomas Dwyer, Deborah's husband. This proposal is like building a Starbucks and then putting another Starbucks next to it. It's overkill. We already have a bike path. So if the kids we get out of school and go down the bike path and walk down about going towards the going east on the bike path, you get to Foy Avenue and they can do the pickup there. It's a nice wide street. Once you get past the trail, the Foy Avenue opens up, and you have plenty of pickup there. And all the students would have to do is walk down the bike path. The bike path you're proposing is only going to be used for half an hour a day, and for me, that's just an absolute waste of money. And it's plus a really hardship on the people that live on School Street. because if the bike lane is being put there, what if how are they going to have guests over at their house? How are they going to have guests over at their house, and where are they going to park? Especially if it's back to school night, it's going to be impossible. The other thing I'd like to say is that if you have noticed, Stanley has gotten bigger over the years. They have put more classrooms in. The fields have gotten smaller because they've had to put more classrooms in there. With more classrooms comes more teachers. The teachers are parking out on the street because the parking lot is full. The parking lot did not get any bigger. The tennis courts were raised, but instead of putting more parking in there, they put a sport court in there. Not too smart. So things have not changed. But the school, again, has gotten bigger because you have more teachers. But what you're proposing is only going to be used half an hour a day. They're 24 hours in a day. And to use something just for half an hour is a tremendous waste of resources. And you already have a bike path. You don't need another one that's going to be lasting for 50 to 100 feet. You have, what I propose instead is have speed bumps on School Street. You can put speed bump right past Avalon Court and put a speed bump there and put another speed bump, say halfway between the Town Hall Theater and Avalon Avenue. So that would slow traffic down a little bit so it doesn't become a speed trap. You know, the cars have gotten bigger. The streets have not changed. The cars have gotten bigger. That's why they have a traffic jam. So we need other pickup spots to alleviate the jam. By putting a bike path in, it's totally unnecessary. It's going to cost a lot of money. And again, for putting in for half an hour use is just not a good spending money of resources. It's a waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much for your comments.
The next speaker is Jamie Hessian, followed by Michael Thompson. And there are no other hands raised after Michael Thompson.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Council members, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Thank you so much for hearing all of these comments and feedback so late into the evening. I just wanted to come forward and say how pleased I am that the additional stakeholders had the chance to come forward. It was great to hear from the Lafayette residents on School Street, Topper Lane, Avalon Court, Paradise Court about how the street conversion would affect them as stakeholders. I think we need to recognize the individuals who are driving this. They are mostly Lafayette elementary parents who wish Stanley wasn't in the middle of their home to school commute. The plan to displace Stanley traffic is a hazard to their own small elementary kids. They are envisioning traversing from Paradise Court to First Street. These are the people who want to send their kids down. You don't see Stanley parents fighting for this. It's strange. There will still be 5 driveways in Avalon and Paradise Court will still be full of parents picking up and dropping off their kids. Last week after school, we counted 10 cars coming out of Avalon Court that intersected with those little kids coming from Lafayette Elementary School. Did you guys know that? I also think it is important to recognize who these key individuals are, who are so heavy handling, pushing this on our community. Some of them, I fear, have been involved with this development plan for a long time and are perhaps influenced the tool group's process. Is this a violation of the Brown Act? I may have proof of this. Furthermore, I explore developing the south side of Stanley Middle School on St. Mary's Road for a formal designated loading zone for the safety of our Stanley Middle School children and the parents and the kids coming off the path and the people on School Street, Paradise Court, Avalon Court, and beyond, Town Hall, the businesses, office buildings. Thank you for hearing me. That's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming this evening and sharing your perspective.
You're welcome.
And the last person with their hand raised for this item is Michael Thompson.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing our comments. Appreciate it. I have had and continue to have children at Stanley who ride their bike there every day. So I have a lot of experience. In fact, I also frequently ride my bike in that corridor. And the traffic, and as you've heard, the traffic issues occur, pretty much for the 30 minutes at the start and end of school. And otherwise, the road there is clear of traffic. It's as safe or safer than the abundance of roads in our city. At these times, not during school start and stop, a bike lane does not really create any additional value. The road is mostly open when I ride in that corridor. And for the periods of high school traffic, I agree that item SL2 is a good improvement. I also suggest that we focus on enhancing traffic management using crossing and traffic guards, who really are the only way we have to manage the overwhelming traffic volume that is beyond the safe capacity of School Street during these times. I'm against removing parking for many reasons, which include it won't change the safety profile in this area, which already has a functioning sidewalk. The daily disruption this will result on for effective homeowners, and mostly that we don't have a design to review. Without a design, we can't measure the impact of this change and the impact of removing parking regarding how parents use this parking today to wait for their children exiting school, which I've done, and for other uses to service the neighbors. It's possible that this change of putting children closer to moving cars will make this area less safe and less functional during peak traffic periods. So please make this process of change more thoughtful, more balanced, and more impactful of safety improvement. And thank you for hearing our comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming and speaking and sharing your perspective.
There is an additional hand raised. The next speaker is Steve P.
Welcome. Good evening.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Steve Pascucci, Lafayette resident. Hi, city staff and elected officials. I'm speaking in support of this item tonight. I'll be brief. It's getting late. This area in question has been studied multiple times by experts, and this is a recommended course of action. And while I realize it inconveniences a few, it benefits many people in the community. As this town grows, we need to have infrastructure that grows with it to encourage bicyclists and pedestrians to get to the schools, to get downtown, and to keep cars off the street. That's all I really have to say tonight.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, no, thank you. Thank you very much for coming and hanging in.
There is an additional hand raised, Lauren Herpick. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
And I encourage anyone else who would like to speak to raise your hand at this time. Not that Suzanne hasn't been very encouraging, but welcome, Ms. Herpick.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks, City Council. I'll make my comments brief. Lauren Herpick, 3382 Moraga Boulevard. All I want to say is this. Complex problems need multi-pronged solutions, and what is on the table tonight is a highly studied and recommended solution that I hope is the first of many to tackle this issue. I agree, the St. Mary's Road drop-off area is a great idea. So is more traffic enforcement, carpooling, and as Mike Brand said earlier, encouraging areas for pickup and drop-off that are a little bit further away, maybe along Golden Gateway. I also can't wait to hear the results of the La Miranda school bus survey. I definitely have a feeling a lot of families responded that they want to, and they would love to have their kids be able to take the bus to school. But this is not just about kids in school. I also know so many friends in Burton Valley and neighboring trails area streets who would use the path to get to our downtown restaurants, our library, our shops, getting closer to Town Hall Theater. I ride my bike to the theater. I'd love to get there a little bit more safely. And attending summer concerts in Plaza Park. This is a great asset for everybody in Lafayette in creating a vibrant downtown. This is another one of your city council priorities. So as mentioned before, this is all an and solution, not an or. We need to start somewhere, and tonight is when you have the ability to show your commitment to your stated priorities. So let's start tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. And I see another hand up.
The next speaker is Tracy Farrell.
Welcome. Oh, you're on mute.
There we go.
There you go. Welcome.
First of all, thank you all so much for everyone's thoughtful attention to this critical conversation. I live at 11 Topper Court. I've been here close to 35 years. I've raised 3 children in the neighborhood. My husband and I sent a letter in today. Unfortunately, I had one typo, which I do want to address, which was that, in fact, the community was not properly noticed about all this, but I think you've got that message from all of us. I appreciate what the pros and cons have been. I certainly appreciate Lauren Herpeck's comments. I and my husband and my kids ride our bikes back and forth from Topper Court to downtown. We've done so successfully and safely for these 30 years. I, along with the Gallagher family and the Mitchell family, were instrumental in putting speed bumps in at the corner there on Topper Court to reduce the very frantic coming and going down the lane to get to Stanley. So we've been neighborhood activists for a while. We were the ones who put the big stones along the corners there on the sides to keep people from parking, some of which have disappeared and are probably part of others' landscaping at this point. I think the council is doing all the right thing in its deliberation, and I would ask that you deliberate further. This is too important. It's about the school's kids. Yes, you know, there's the adults who want to the extension. There are the folks who want to broaden the infrastructure in this regard, but this is about the children's safety. And over the 30 years plus that I've been here, when we've had dialogues like this within the community, we've included the school district. I've sat in those meetings. We've talked about so many things together as a neighborhood and with the city. And I'm surprised, frankly, that the school district isn't part of this dialogue, because it certainly impacts their constituency, their employees, and it's part of the neighborhood dialogue that we've all had together these many, many years. I just don't think you should rush into this. I think the SL2 is certainly something to consider seriously. I agree with the speed bumps. My husband and I agree with the speed bumps. But like so many other observations, this is an area that is really only congested for a very small period of time. The weekends are quiet. There's plenty of space for cyclists and pedestrians and strollers, wheelchairs, you name it. We are probably one of the safest communities in the area. But in those critical moments of time, in the mornings and the afternoons, we need more enforcement of the scofflaws who are making those U-turns. We need a wider pedestrian crossroad. And I just would urge you to please take more time on this and not make a decision tonight on this. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And any comments or questions from the council members? And yeah, we will make some comments in a moment as well. But thank you. Thank you for coming. And thank you for your written comment.
Okay. Mayor, there are no other hands raised.
Okay. Well, thank you to all of the speakers who shared their comments with us. In terms of specific questions, I think that we as council members, I encourage us to, pick up any that you might have had, but I didn't have specific ones that I was writing down. I do have some comments on one I would like to make, and then I'll open it up to the colleagues. At the beginning of the meeting, I did share that our city schools subcommittee, and also the superintendent directly to our city manager and submitting input to Tool went on all of it's about the school involvement. The school has been very involved in this process and in the process previously on, safe routes to school, and the school board weighed in on the downtown congestion plan that was mentioned on Arup, and about the pickup and drop off. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But the school district has been involved. They had 2 meetings tonight, and so we're not here tonight. I did see that traffic and the city, the Tool reports are on their agenda on Wednesday. And we will continue to work with them in our role of partnering with the schools. And so then with that, I will move to, there was one question, Mike, that on the idea of a temporary path and evaluation, and how long, and all of that. What does temporary mean?
It's just being built with temporary materials, right? As opposed to a permanent, grade separated, might be concrete curb, asphalt berm, and raised separated pathway. So it's just temporary materials. Okay. Is what I'm referring to there. How long it stays in place is a different question. The intent of the report is that it would stay in place until you build something more permanent. To make this connection.
Okay. I think that one, and well, I'm going to wait and go to council members, because I also wanted to talk about the staff parking, because I did ask some questions about that earlier today. But let's go ahead and do other council members have questions or comments? This is our deliberation phase now. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Anduri.
Well, actually, if you've got input on the staff parking, I'd like to hear that.
So, so there are about over 75 plus parking spaces, and we received public comment that talked about there being empty parking spaces, and there are parking spaces along the side. And we also received comment from a teacher who said that for personal reasons, they choose to park sometimes staff and teachers on School Street. And so there is parking. The number of classes and the enrollment has not grown by large amounts. There are enhanced science labs and things like that, but the teacher piece of that has not. And so the comments that a couple of people made also about the school district working with the teachers and staff to utilize the parking spaces that are there for them is one of the steps that we don't have any control over. But there are empty parking places in the lot that have been counted by residents, by a school staff member who I spoke with today as well. And I believe Mike and Vice Mayor Andrew, you may have been out there as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a small factual. I did go out there this morning, this afternoon, and I did ask the crossing guard this afternoon, both crossing guards, if they considered this a normal day, and they said they did. This morning, there were at least 15 spots in the parking lot that were empty after the first bell. So that was, after the first bell. And there were about 4 cars parked along School Street between Paradise and First. When I came back in the afternoon, my count is the same as Mike's. There were 22 cars parked in that same area, and 3 of them had drivers sitting in the car. So those were people waiting for their kids. So it was a small subsection of that group. And I'm hesitant to give my other observations because I just went this morning and this afternoon. But I will say, I am impressed by the number of bicycles coming to Stanley School. It's very impressive. And I will say, if they're being taught to, they definitely are not on their bicycles when they cross School Street. But by the time they cross Paradise Court, they're on their bicycles. 90% of them are riding in either on the sidewalk or in the bicycle lane. That's it for now, just in factual observation.
Yeah. And the majority of the parking spaces in the lot are designated for staff. They're, very, very clearly designated for that, and were increased as part of the improvements that were done several years ago from the enhancements that they did there. The other pieces, it's not really a question, it's just kind of an update, and a couple of residents touched on it, and I talked to Mike a little bit about it today, and we've talked about it in previous meetings in terms of encouraging additional drop-off spots. Mike touched on parking, and some a resident just did as well, parking farther up, or parents dropping off from Burton Valley, because one of the things in looking at it, Stella mentioned there being the drop off at one of our meetings at our parking lot down by First Street and Golden Gateway, and that parents park there. I think parents still, at least my daughter's birthday today, she's 32. So I know that we picked up and dropped off by the library. I was curious sort of what the options were for folks coming from Burton Valley, and the St. Mary's, people do pull in there now. And we have looked at, as part of the improvements that we made, we did approve putting lighted reflective beacons, I never say the right thing, at those 2 crosswalks. So there are ways to pick up and drop off, and there are ways for parents to be able to drop off at the trail, and for students to, walk down from there at Stanley, and then in the evening walk back out. But again, that's a communications, circulation, sort of education piece that the schools would do. And I believe somewhere I read, and it could have been a while ago, but having maps that the school, or flyers that the schools could give out at the beginning of the year regularly as part of their, assemblies and things at all of our schools, to talk about where there are other places that it wouldn't be so congested and it would be safe, is another tool as part of all of the things that we're doing. And so I know we got a lot of information about other pickup and drop off parts. I believe that is another part of what we, in partnership with the schools, sharing this with them, can suggest about how to keep people off the most congested parts, which School Street at those 2 times a day would be another sort of tool in this safe routes exercise or effort. So that was on the pickup and drop off, was another piece of that. Are there other sort of questions and comments? Or are we ready to kind of jump in? Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, this one's from Mala, and I just want to get clarification on the extent of the notifications that we gave to residents. What are your thoughts regarding that?
There's no legal parameters on how much notice is required under the vehicle code. So it's just really a policy decision of how much notice the council or staff wanted to give, but there's not a due process issue. If that was your question or concern, Councilmember.
Yeah, that's very true. And then another one for Mike. Okay, so I've been there a couple times during pickup and drop off, and the amount of bikes is phenomenal. Do you think one of the things that I think may happen if the bike lane does get approved is that, you know, most kids now cross their bikes at Paradise and hang a right to the trail. But all the kids going the other direction have to walk all the way to Avalon and cross there. Don't you think a whole bunch of kids are going to cross their bikes at Paradise now and take a left because they don't have to walk, right? Like it'd just be quicker for them because they'll be able to bike the whole way instead of just walking the whole way. Don't know.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
It's up to the kid, because the kid will be slightly backtracking based on where the bike parking is at the middle school right now to go to Paradise, and they would at least be walking the right direction if they're going to Avalon. It could go either way, but it would work either way if you allow for a dedicated bike path on that north side of the street. Perfectly still acceptable to walk to Avalon or even to First Street for that matter, but we don't have a crosswalk at First right now, and we're not planning to add one right now. But if you're headed to the west out of the school, you can take your pick.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I did have one other question that came up, and around emergency vehicles. And I know, Mike, briefly we talked about in terms of the fire department and any requirements in terms of review or impacts, I mean, the traffic that is there now, but impacts related to that.
So, there's been comment tonight, I know, particularly on the courts being fully parked up, but, keep in mind that if they're fully parked, there are parking spaces there now that are public parking spaces, so they could be fully parked at any time. An emergency vehicle, particularly, a fire engine is what we think of as needing the most room, is still going to pull into a court. And they may trap cars in there, but that's not their concern. Their concern is accessing an emergency wherever it is. So, if there's less congested streets, it's certainly easier for emergency services. That's just not going to happen at school, start or let out times near a school, no matter what. So, you could get more weigh in from emergency services, but they're going to access the emergency. And if others are inconvenienced because of it, so be it.
Okay, Councilmember Dawson.
Hey, Mike, I just have a quick question about how you envision this two-way separated bike lane. I know we have the delineators, but within that bike lane, what does that look like? Is there going to be markings basically on the road, or no, just a path like the path is?
It depends on the width, but for the most part, I'm envisioning just a path. You're not going to have, for example, 4 feet in each direction delineated with an arrow, because, you're still going to have to follow the rules of the road, which are, you drive on the right side of whatever path or roadway you're on, if you're a bicyclist. So you're still going to need to do that. But the beauty of having a wide path like the regional bike trail, which most of that everybody just knows, pass on the left, you ride on the right, is that often it's kind of one way. And at a school commute, that's a perfect example of where you might have a few bicyclists going contraflow, but most of them are going together, and they are going to use the full width of the path, headed in one direction. So I wouldn't want to limit the bicyclists by telling them you got to stay in this 4 feet of pathway, for example.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Councilmember Kwok.
I've got a question for Mike related to recycling and trash day pickups. And are the residents going to be able to, put those out there and they will not be blocking the bike lane? They'll not be blocking the cars? Or are they if they're on the sidewalk, then how does the truck pick them up? How does that all work?
Yeah, it's going to block one of those things, and it does now as well. Either residents are putting them on the sidewalk or they're putting them in the parking lane and not parking on the street. They probably would put them, they'd have to put them between, the posts that would be put out there and stay not in the travel lane, but they would block part of the dedicated bike pathway. So, and again, they would block a part of it. They might be 3 foot wide, and now you've got 8 or 9 feet wide of pathway. So
there'd be still enough room to get by if it's blocking the bike path.
Correct, and it will require the arm of a refuse pickup vehicle to work between the posts to pick that up. And that may be a maintenance item in that regard as well. So,
thank you.
So just following up on that and clarifying. So right now, for the most part, those spaces are full. I mean, in theory, the parking places have cars in them. So mail, delivery trucks, trash, recycling have to work around a row of cars that are parked there now?
So that is correct. And what I suspect is that, residents, just like when it's, street sweeper day, they will give themselves room. If it's garbage day pickup in front of my house, I'm going to try and make sure that I can put the garbage cans in front of my house, whether that means parking, more of my cars in the driveway rather than on the street, or, sharing the unparked spot with my neighbor and we both put, cans on one side between our two homes, or just at the side of my driveway where there's a little bit of space between, my open driveway and the next parked car. But, if there's parked vehicles there now, all those services, they're working around those parked vehicles now. So,
okay, thank you.
What you're doing with this is you would dedicate this and say it's going to be essentially 100% parked because we're going to keep it open for bicyclists. So there is a difference there, but maybe not much of one if it's fully parked.
Okay. So unless there are other questions for Mala or Mike, I would like to move us to discussion and deliberation on the question before us, which is adopting the resolution 2022-25, removing parking on the north side of School Street between First Street and the Lafayette Moraga Trail to dedicate that portion of the public roadway for bicyclists. So that's the one item. Modify a no parking zone on the east side of School Street between the Lafayette Moraga Trail and Topper Lane to a no parking or stopping zone, and then authorize staff to file a notice of exemption finding the project exempt from CEQA. So we can discuss them 1, 2, 3. We could go backwards to what we think might be easier, but I would like us to start, breaking down what the action items are. So Vice Mayor Andori.
Okay, I will support the resolution. The first, there's one bit of information that was conveyed to me during this process that wasn't raised during this discussion, so I thought I might just mention that. But it's mentioned to me that the Town Hall Theater relies on parking down School Street on performance nights. And so they would in effect, lose that parking from First Street down to Paradise, if we were to include that. I understand the concerns of the residents who live along School Street. I want them to know they've been listened to, even though I come out with a different result. I understand their concern. I think where we're heading on the long term is actually going to be a result that's going to be, I'd like to suggest that, and I know we can't discuss this tonight, Mala, but I'd like us to move towards, take steps now, and I understand CPAC will be moving, take steps now to move towards design of the permanent path along School Street from Moraga Road to the trail, so that we've got that as a shovel-ready project for grants that come along. So I'd like to see us do that. I see this as one step. But I think it's very important for us to create very safe paths from neighborhoods to downtown. And this really cries out for it in my view, because you've got the trail, you've got First Street, and then you have this link. And I understand when people say that it's other than the 15 minutes in the morning and 15 minutes in the evening, it's safe. But I'm sure there are parents, and we've heard from some of them, who would feel much better if there were a safe path the entire distance. A child riding from the Burton Valley neighborhood or a closer neighborhood to get to downtown. So I think our long-term goal is to create this kind of safe bicycle and pedestrian pathways from each of the neighborhoods or each of the areas of the city to the downtown. This can be a model for it. So I support the resolution.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Anduri, Councilmember Candell, and then Councilmember Dawson.
Sure, thank you. I am in agreement with Carl. I definitely support this, and I echo all of the concerns that he has raised. I thank you. I hope that we all can learn, and we will definitely be in touch with the school district immediately if we pass this, and make sure that we're coordinated. And I hope and I expect that all of you as stakeholders will keep us informed of things that are happening, that maybe we've affected, that we need to address. And so I believe this is a start. I don't believe this is the end of looking at this area. I want this to be a maturation process where, we address things if they're not going the way we think it's going. So please, but I do support it, and I hope we can all give it a good try, and it will keep the kids safer. And that's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Candell. Councilmember Dawson.
I just want to echo some of those remarks, but also add, we hear what you're saying, the residents and neighbors of this school area, about, the school safety. This is different from putting a trail in, this is school safety. But really, this is all part of Vision Zero, where it is our responsibility, now that we've adopted this policy, to ensure as best we can to mitigate the possibility of fatalities. And, you can talk to, yes, what happened in Ashley Diaz's case was a tragedy, it was an accident, but this type of thing would mitigate even that of happening. So it is our responsibility to look at this from a more comprehensive, across town. And it's not just school safety, but this serves school safety as well as the community in a larger context. So, but we thank you. And as Councilmember Candell and Councilmember Dory said, that it is iterative. We need your feedback. We appreciate it. And if something's not working, we need to come back to it. you know, all the reports over the years. This is our opportunity. The time is now. We're looking at funding to be available and looking for grants, but we need to have these kind of things in motion to be able to get those grants to make even better improvements to our safety across town.
Okay, Councilmember Kwok.
Well, there's certainly been a lot of diverse views on this topic, and it's challenging for our community, no question. A lot of feedback, and so in these circumstances, I try to look for guidance at our vision and mission statement, because what am I feel I'm tasked with as a city council member to advance our direction towards the vision and mission. And with diverse views here, I try to find the way that we can get closer to that. And so when I think about a safe, family-friendly city that supports environmental sustainability, that we're building and maintaining effective infrastructure for our future, that we're improving safety for all modes of travel. And for that, on that comment, I would say that California's very car-centric place, much more than Europe, for example. And we do need to change that and be moving in a direction to make room for bicycle and pedestrians, and who have the same rights, if not more so. And so that is going to be a tough change for us, but I think we need to do it every year. We have to make progress towards a decade ahead, as Vice Mayor Anduri said. That is a vision to connect all our communities with the downtown so that bikes and pedestrians will have safe travel. And so I do view this not just as a 15-minute a day issue. I view this as a way of connecting Burton Valley with the downtown through beautiful, there's everything beautiful on First Street and the trails. And it's just that section there that this is not a new issue. It's been 10 years of many surveys. And so I think the time is now to move forward with this first step. And so I say, let's not talk about if we're going to do it, let's do it, but how we're going to do it in its permanent form. Let's try to make it beautiful. Let's try to accommodate as much of the input as possible. This is a first step towards, and then let's think about how, not if. And again, let's make it beautiful and as workable for all as possible. But it does help us get to a vision for our city, and we'll need to be doing this more and have these tough conversations throughout the town. But I think at the end of 20 years, we will have a much better place to live. So I'm willing to vote in favor.
Okay. Councilmember Dawson.
I just want to jump in. I do want to add, though, part of Vision Zero being system driven is definitely it's data driven. And I do think even if this passes tonight, we still need to capture that data. And Mike, it sounds like we have some anecdotal, but I think it would be important so that we see those metrics, and for the residents who have said, oh, there's only this amount of people, this and that, we hope to see actually an improvement in that traffic, pedestrian and bicyclist traffic. So it would be good to have a baseline, is what I guess I'm saying, Mike. So then that we can drive that against the success of this kind of usage of these safe passages.
Okay. I was waiting, making sure everybody's done. So I also am in support of the resolution. I also want to thank all of the stakeholders who have communicated with us through this process, over the last couple of meetings, to the Transportation and Circulation Commission. I want to thank them for the work that they have done in bringing this forward, and of course staff. To Councilmember Dawson's comment when she jumped back in on the data, we do want to make sure that we're circling back and that we're hearing from residents on how this doesn't work. I know that a lot of what I'm saying has already been said. It's part of the thing of going last, but I do actually still, the input from the residents, the input from the parents, from the schools, from the students is still very, very important as we move forward, because I agree that we have been talking about making this a permanent school street pathway for a very long time. It's been part of grants that we've applied for. When I was on the school board, walked with Mark Mitchell along the path along the schools to look at ways that, because undergrounding is so expensive, how can we shift over potentially onto the school property? And it does come down to funding, but one of the things we're doing right now is setting a priority for this project, a commitment to this, and that I believe will help us because I am glass is full, half full. I believe this will help us to make a case for grants, and knowing that Lafayette has a hard time being competitive in those, I think this helps to move us in the direction of fulfilling, as Councilmember Kwok and Councilmember Anduri said, our goals and our priorities. And so with Vision Zero, a couple of people wrote, who's incentivizing us? What is the incentives to the council? The incentives for me on Vision Zero is creating safer roadways for everyone. And that ultimately what that means, and it is a change, it's a big culture shift, but ultimately what it means is that we are prioritizing, we're valuing humans over throughput for cars or over the convenience of parking. And so to me, I know this is a really emotional issue, and I know that a number of people are going to, feel that they weren't heard. And I hope that you will still keep coming and still keep talking to us. But I personally am honored to be able to move this forward, because it is something that has been a long time coming. And so with that, if there's not any further discussion, do I have a motion to move the passage of adopting the resolution forward?
Yeah, I'll make that motion that we pass resolution 2022-25 with the modifications that Vice Mayor Anduri suggested earlier.
Yeah, with the language, the technical language from earlier. So you got that, Mike, on those items. Okay. And do I have a second? Actually, we have thirds, but I'm in a council member and Vice Mayor Anduri. So we have a motion by Council Member Kendall and a second by Vice Mayor Anduri. And so with a roll call vote, Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And so we have unanimously adopted resolution 2022-25. And then we need a separate action to authorize staff to file a notice of exemption finding the project exempt from CEQA. And do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. And a second? Councilmember Dawson. We have a motion by Councilmember Kwok and a second by Councilmember Dawson. I will conduct a roll call vote. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And so we have unanimously passed that item as well. And so again, with just thank you for all the work and effort and feelings and coming together on this particular item. So we will move on to item 7B. And before we go on to that, are we good to keep going on the council? We're coming up on 2 hours, but I see a nodding of heads that we'll keep going because I would like us to get through. And remind me again, it's at 11 o'clock that we need to make motions to do. Is that right, Mala? Or Joanne? Where's Joanne?
You are correct, Mayor.
So since we're just coming up on 11 o'clock, can we, and Joanne will walk us through this, but we want to get through 8A. We want to do 11. We don't have any items removed from consent. We don't have the city manager here. And then I would like to have us get through 11, C, D, and E. So I would like, Joanne, I need to open all of those items and then, or we need to move, because we can't do them after 12 o'clock. I'm just trying to time where we do them. Vice Mayor Anduri is.
City Clerk Robbins can correct me, but I don't think we need to open them until before midnight.
Okay.
You are correct, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I move we extend the meeting till.
Okay. I'm just wanting to make sure we get through all those. So thank you for keeping me on track. Okay, so we will come back to Mike again and for 8A.
Do we need to stand beyond 11? I'm sorry if I'm.
Would you like to extend the meeting now for?
Oh, yes, sorry. And so that means we have to have a vote.
Yeah,
So,
okay. So I'll move we extend the meeting until midnight.
Thank you. And second,
Second.
Councilmember Dawson. So I will conduct a roll call vote. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so we have extended the meeting, and it might be because we haven't been extending meetings, so that, that I might have been stumbling through. But anyway, now we will move on to agenda item 8A, and we will turn it back over to Mike.
Okay, thank you, City Council. I'll let the staff report mostly speak for itself. This is a traffic calming request from the Lafayette Valley Estates neighborhood. That's the neighborhood out off of St. Mary's Road, kind of across from our community center. It's got the women's names: Florence, Helen, Lucille, Betty, etc. We had two separate requests that were unrelated for traffic calming, one for North Lucille, one for South Lucille. This item has been to the Transportation and Circulation Commission twice to receive public input and to give the public a chance to speak for or against adding, in this specific case, speed humps to help calm traffic. For both of those meetings, I did put out the sandwich board signs. I also put out the sandwich board signs for this meeting. The Transportation and Circulation Commission did recommend one phase of speed humps. I had recommended or given options for a couple different phases of speed humps at our second Trans-Circ meeting. And they basically gave a modified approval of, I'll call it phase 1B, if you will, which was phase 1 was about 6 speed humps, but their modification was to allow staff some discretion as we were laying these out exactly where they would go. So I came up with 8 speed humps, 7 really on the streets that I had planned, 1 more on Florence, because right now there is rumble strips there, and they are phasing out rumble strips. Those are done with the bots dots. So if you drive over those, you're going to get the da-da-da-da with your car. So if we're adding speed humps, there are already 2 speed humps on Florence. This would add a 3rd to Florence. We have received some public input. I'm expecting some speakers this evening on this topic as well. My apologies to them that they're up pretty late if they're still with us. But in general, most people are in favor of the speed humps. Some of this, but certainly some are not in favor of any speed humps. They would either say that traffic is fine how it is, or maybe we could come up with something different. But the other requests I've gotten around these speed hump requests is just to change some of the locations or to add another one, for example, on Helen, where I don't show one, or another one on South Lucille, or an adjustment to the specific location on Betty, which, by the way, to that commenter, I agree with that. I agree with that comment, and I'm willing to make that adjustment before we would install. I'm going to share the screen again. Let's see here. Just real quickly to show the locations of the speed humps. So this is the one on Florence I was talking about adding. There are, as I said, a couple already on Florence. You would do them in a grid so that you basically couldn't drive one street to avoid the speed humps and go around. I will make the comment that most of them are on South Lucille, specifically because South Lucille is wider. It's a main way in and out. It connects to St. Mary's Road, and speeds observed there are faster on South Lucille. If you get to Mildred, North Lucille, Betty, Helen, they're narrower streets. There's often cars parked on them. You have to kind of weave around if you have two-way traffic sometimes and take turns going by a parked car. So, but if you just put them all on South Lucille, now everybody's going to drive on Mildred. So you need some disincentive to still take your same route and not look for shortcuts around the speed humps. So that's why they're kind of laid out across Betty, North Lucille, Mildred, and South Lucille. Helen is kind of by itself. I will also make the comment that all of these streets have some grade, some hill as you go to the west side or this side over here. There are some grades that you go up, and you don't place speed humps on those grades, certainly not steeper than 7%. So placement is a little bit difficult. And as with Burton Valley area, it's also difficult as far as I don't want to put them at somebody's driveway or blocking the mailbox, or there's just a lot of factors that go into actual siting these. So what I did is two things beyond having those last two Trans-Circ Commission meetings. I put the sandwich board signs up to let them know of this meeting again. We sent a mailer to every person in this neighborhood on all of these streets. I think it's about 280 some homes, so that they would have input and know that this was coming. And then I also painted out on the street the locations of these and the signs that would go with them, so that the neighbors could look and provide those specific input, like, well, why did you put one here, or why aren't you putting another one here? So we're hearing some of that. The cost of these is about $6,000 each if we lump this in with our surface seal project that has already been awarded by this council. We knew we had some streets that we were doing some work on in this neighborhood, so we included a line item for speed humps so that we could perhaps get an economy of scale and get a better cost per each speed hump. I am happy to announce that it is better than the prices we paid for in Burton Valley, where we just had a specific project to just add speed humps. Those were closer to about $8,000 each. These will be $6,000 each with the striping and the signing per that contract. So I have had requests from, as I mentioned, and then the public can speak to this tonight if they're with us, for another one here on South Lucille, one on Helen, and again, an adjustment to the Betty. I believe in there's at least one more request for why wouldn't I put one more maybe on Mildred or somewhere else. Maybe it's this Helen. Anyway, the public can speak to that. These are still about $6,000 each. This is about $48,000. Historically, and I've shared this with the requesters of these speed humps, historically, we've made the residents pay for these themselves. This is the first grouping of speed humps from a neighborhood where, based on a Vision Zero policy, staff is recommending that we absorb the cost of these, but that is certainly open to the council. And I would even follow up with that. We were in the middle of a process with this neighborhood because this request came months and months ago, maybe over a year ago now. We were in the middle of this before we were awarding the local roadway safety plan. I would also recommend that other neighborhoods, we would have sort of a moratorium on speed humps and traffic calming, if you will, until we adopt our local roadway safety plan, which is going to take several months, but now at least we're awarding it and it is about to start. And because part of that local roadway safety plan will be updating, if you will, our traffic calming policies and our Vision Zero policies and what the criteria would be for putting these in. So staff is recommending, based on the public comments we've received and the number of requests that we do put speed humps in this area, I'm recommending that the city pay for them for no real other reason other than we have a Vision Zero policy and The concerns here are, in fact, safety of pedestrians primarily and bicyclists and kids crossing the street and so forth. There are no sidewalks in this neighborhood. So the idea here is to slow down the traffic and prevent a tragedy that could occur. With that, I'll stop sharing and happy to take any questions.
Okay, you mentioned that you will be moving. There were two people who had commented on the Betty Lane and moving that farther up away from the stop sign. And so you mentioned that you agree with that.
I do agree with that. I think it would go up at least one more household, like another 100 feet from Florence, basically.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. Any question from council members? Okay, so we will go to public comment. Suzanne, will you invite members of the public?
Yes. The first speaker on this item is Hudson Orman. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Hudson Orman, and I've lived here in the Lafayette Valley Estates for 17 years. And so first of all, I just want to say in your the mailing letter, it says that there's 7 speed humps, but driving throughout the neighborhood and looking at the back at the map, there's clearly 8. So there's a little bit of misinformation there. I noticed in the public comments, they also reference 7 speed bumps instead of 8. And I just want to say that I don't really think the placement of the speed bumps, especially on South Lucille, is the best. I think the speed bump, like farther on South Lucille, further from Florence Drive, should be moved closer towards Frederica Avenue, and the one closer towards Florence should be moved also closer to Frederica Avenue. And I want to say that on South Lucille, being a main road in our neighborhood, there's no posted speed limit. The only posted speed limit in our entire neighborhood is on the entrance to the neighborhood on Florence Drive, coming from the other side on St. Mary's Road. And then also through reading the public comments, many people who are concerned with the speeding are concerned of the safety of their children with all the cars on the road. And I drive a pretty loud pickup truck, and learning to drive here, I've always been taught to drive less than 15 miles an hour because of the narrow roads. And I don't even drive on North Lucille because the road is too narrow. I can't get through, fearing people will jump out. And I constantly have people yell at me for speeding when I don't increase my speed to over 15 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour less than the speed limit. So I kind of doubt the validity of people saying the speeding, because if they can't even tell that I'm not speeding, going 10 miles an hour under the speed limit, I doubt how they know people are speeding when they actually are. And I think that people are worried about their kids jumping out behind cars on the streets. I think they shouldn't park on the streets. We should maybe paint the curbs red and reduce parking on the streets to increase the visibility and safety on the street, not the speed limit, because the Burton Valley neighborhood, like, I don't like to go in that neighborhood anymore because of the speed bumps. They're so abrasive to drive over, and it's really a pain to drive over. And I think that the majority of the speeding in the Lafayette Valley Estates neighborhood comes from people that aren't natives to the neighborhood, people visiting, like delivery drivers or contractors. I don't think people who live in the neighborhood, they know what the roads are like and they slow down. So I think adding speed bumps to people who are driving delivery vans or SUVs, as mentioned in the public comments, it's not really going to stop them. It's going to stop and punish small commuter cars rather than large trucks and SUVs.
Time is up.
What? Okay, sorry.
We
All
kind
right,
of
that's
got
all I
to-
have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, if you just wrap it. Thank you. And thank you very much. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you very much for coming and providing your perspective.
The next speaker is Abby Fateman, followed by Anna Radonich and Maurice. If anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Hi, good evening, Council. I just wanted to jump on and quickly talk about speed humps. As a Burton Valley resident who was recently recipients of many speed humps, I want to say thank you. And I support seeing more speed humps around the neighborhoods in Lafayette, because I think that will help drive home the message that you don't speed and it's uncomfortable to speed in our community and our neighborhoods. We still have, of course, people speeding in between speed humps, generally not over the speed hump. And, you know, whether that's local residents or delivery trucks or people working in the neighborhood, I think if this starts to become a pervasive thing in our region, overall, we will see speeds start to decline as people get trained, basically, not to speed in our neighborhoods. So I just wanted to say thank you for considering this. I know you have a lot on your plate and it's late and I don't want to take a lot of time, but I'm all for making people slow down because they're not doing it on their own, except for this young gentleman who spoke before me. And I very much appreciate him driving 15 miles an hour. You're welcome to drive on my street all day long and slow down everybody else. So thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
The next speaker is Anna, followed by Maurice and Rich Haygood.
Thank you. Welcome, Anna.
Hello. I'm not as eloquent as my son right now, so I'm going to read mine. But my name is Anna Radnich. So tonight I'm actually speaking as a resident of Lafayette Valley Estates, not as Planning Commission Chair. So thank you. I'd like to start by saying that I do agree that safety in the neighborhood, not limited only to speeding, is definitely an issue. But I don't believe that speed humps should be the first solution when considering other options and looking at safety as a whole. So a couple suggestions. I agree that we should fix the road on South Lucille as part of condition of adding speed humps to South Lucille if they are approved. That was another commenter's comment. The speed limit is not posted anywhere except for on Florence, where the one new speed hump is being proposed, where the bot dots wore away about 15 years ago. I do agree with public comments that posting the speed would help and should be the first step. I am curious of how many of the speeders are actually going above 25, because like my son, I also drive 15. And though I drive an SUV that's not as large as his truck, the streets are narrow, and with cars parked on both sides, I think speeds can be perceived as faster. I think what we should do is post a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit and then welcome the police department to come ticket drivers. North Lucille at Helen Avenue is very dangerous. I think we should consider adding a stop sign there on Helen. I always treat that as a stop sign and have successfully avoided multiple collisions over 25 years of driving. Also, the corner hedges at this intersection are overgrown and prevent drivers in either direction from being able to see cross traffic. So I hope we'd look at that as well. And then where South Lucille crosses with Mildred, it's also very dangerous. And I think we should consider adding the stop sign there. There's not a clear line of sight when approaching that intersection. And then I do agree with the public comment that North Lucille is extremely narrow. My suggestion is improving this is for residents to use their garages and driveway, and this would allow visibility down and up the road. And like my son said, I've actually been with him multiple times when parents have taken it upon themselves to yell at him to slow down. And we have a really strict rule about losing your keys if you are speeding. So I know that's not the case, and I've been with him. So is that 3 minutes?
Yeah, 30, no.
Oh,
yeah, 30,
okay,
yeah.
thanks. So all I was gonna say there is that if a situation does actually call for calling out a driver, by all means do it. But these parents yelling at drivers should know that speed humps don't create automatic safety. Not all safety responsibility can be put on the drivers. So as Mike had mentioned, there are a couple suggestions moving up on Betty. I support Hudson in adjusting the location on South Lucille.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Councilmember Kendall?
Yeah, thank you. In the middle of it, you started mentioning stop signs, but you said North Lucille and Helen.
So there's a Helen Ave and a Helen Lane. So
Helen Ave.
Yeah.
I was looking at the wrong one. Sorry about that.
Yeah. What I didn't say is I've lived here for 35 years. I grew up on Peacock, still living in the same house, and there's been over the years many accidents. So just a suggestion. I cringe if I'm driving behind someone through there, but not everyone stops.
No, I did notice that there weren't stop signs there when driving through, and I was kind of surprised at some of them. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Thank you for waiting up. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Maurice, followed by Rich Haygood. And if anyone else would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature in Zoom now.
Okay, can I be heard?
Yes, welcome.
Am I heard? Yeah, good evening. My name is Maurice Williams. I'm at 3373 South Lucille Lane. I've resided on this street for 35 years and have raised 3 children, and they thankfully have gotten through the safety issues here. And I just want to say that I'm very appreciative of what the Transportation and Circulation Committee Commission has done thus far. And particularly, I want to give kudos to Mike Moran for, I know that he's wearing many, many hats, but yet he's taken the time to come out and speak to the residents in this area to determine what the needs were and the concerns were. I've been very deeply concerned about the excess speed. I am one of the people that have yelled at people exceeding I guess unposted speed limits. I mean, you wouldn't believe it. Not only myself, but a number of residents. There's another gentleman across the street that have lived here for 40 years. The same situation has occurred. I've, in the 35 years, I mean, we're just really lucky that there's only been one critical accident that occurred in 1995. At that time in 1995, I did request speed humps because of the issues that were taking place. And I was told at that point that there was a moratorium that had been placed on speed humps in Lafayette throughout. I don't know if that was true or not, but I did go by what they said. And I have endured for this period of time to ensure that we get some type of calming effect in this neighborhood. The gentleman mentioned earlier that there are no posted speed limits. I think even if we were to put up a speed sign limiting the speed to 15 or 25 or what have you, I don't think we have the police enforcement available to really determine, to really monitor that situation. I'd also like to ask for one additional speed hump on South Lucille Lane. I'm obviously concerned about the entire neighborhood, but South Lucille Lane is my primary concern. Because of the width of the street, we did circulate a petition and gotten very valid feedback and full support. And I think the majority of the people in this neighborhood do actually support having speed humps in this area. One critical area that I have spoken to Mike about was right on the radius at the top end of South Lucille Lane, where it is somewhat blind. And we do observe a number of vehicles speeding not only southward but northward on that section as well. And I would just like to see something happen here. This is, you know, my wife and myself and the other residents, we've observed this. This has been a real major concern that we've had over a number of years. And we've monitored, we've had radar out, we've had signs, or excuse me, speed signs posted and so on. That did not work. So I would like to see something take place very soon to calm this area in traffic flow, for sure.
So thank you for wrapping it up. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for coming and providing your input this evening.
The next speaker is Rich Haygood. And there are no other hands raised after Rich.
Welcome. It looked like you might have just muted yourself. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, council members and staff. I'm a resident of Betty Lane, live near Helen. And first of all, I want to thank Mike Moran. He's doing a great job on this and many other things. And thank you very much for sending out the notice to the neighborhood. I think that's a very important step to make sure everybody knows what's going on. My main comment is just, I understand the concern about the location of the hump being fairly close, somewhat close to the stop sign at the bottom of the hill there where Betty Lane hits Florence. I just would recommend caution and how far you might move that up the hill, because the hill starts getting steeper pretty quickly as you go further west, I'll call it. So I just would urge caution there. And I think that's about it. Well, Mike did mention 7%, I think, is kind of where he might start being a little concerned about slope. And I think you might find it starts getting into that neighborhood pretty quickly as you head up the hill from the location that you've marked out on Betty Lane. That's it. And my main regret is I'll have to be a lot more careful. I won't be able to just go down the hill on my bike without putting on the brakes like I enjoy doing every once in a while. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. And thank you for coming and providing comment.
Great.
Mayor, there are no other hands raised for this item.
Okay. And if there are no additional speakers, we will bring it back to council. I didn't hear specific questions, heard some suggestions. Mike, did you have comments on any of the suggestions?
No, just that with the last speaker, I am aware of the slopes, as I mentioned, and that could be actually why that first one on Betty that we placed it, where we did, but I will look at pushing it up the hill a little bit, but as you get to a steeper grade, I wouldn't put it there. So, I still have to work with all the criteria for actual placement of speed humps if they're approved tonight. But I appreciate the comment and I agree with that as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments or ready to weigh in? Councilmember Dawson?
Just a quick question. So thanks, Mike. I see that, as you mentioned, there's two different TAR requests and one had a petition. Did you get a lot of feedback when you were out, on the street, or I gather did you walk with these particular petitioners, or?
So I walked with a couple of them on South Lucille. I did not walk with the North Lucille, but then we had a meeting, shortly after I'd walked with the South Lucille folks and got a lot of a pretty fair number of speakers at both of our meetings that were in favor of them. And there really was kind of a petition associated with both TARs. So there was a good number, but like any neighbor, a good number being like, maybe between 20 and 40 people. But this is a neighborhood of maybe 280 homes or so. I think that was about our list that we sent out. So it is important to get a feel for the whole neighborhood. More people seem to be in favor than against. Just the comment of what else could you do instead of this leading up to it? Basically, every effort we'd had in every other neighborhood, short of putting speed humps in, has failed. Because years later, we get the same requests and it goes in a cycle and then we get the request again. So if if the neighborhood really wants to slow speed, you're going to need something physically to slow speed. And speed humps is our most cost-effective thing to do that. But it does change traffic conditions.
Mm-hmm.
It does change things like you better be more careful on your bike coming down the hill. It's a tripping hazard at night in a neighborhood that doesn't have streetlights. That if you didn't expect it, you have to learn where these things are. They'll be striped and marked and signed, but that doesn't mean it's not there. So, it changes a lot of things. It adds more signs to your neighborhood. I try and place those so that, if they were in front of my house, they're hidden by a tree or a utility pole or they're between properties, but you can't always do that because of some of the other restrictions, like I can't put it at a driveway, or, I have to avoid this intersection or not be too close to it. So there's a lot of restrictions with these. So there is a little bit of be careful what you ask for, but that's why I painted them out. That's why I sent notices to everybody. I want, everyone to be at least informed, and then they can say, we were right or we were wrong or somewhere in between.
Thanks. And this is probably the most cost-effective way to put them in, more so than put those temporary ones that we did in Burton Valley before that went in.
So the one I put in Burton Valley was, I will say it, too harsh for what it was. And there are some speed cushions. There's a balance. These are our standard. They're 12 feet wide. They're 3 to 3.5 inches tall. Some people think they're a foot tall. They're not that tall. But there is a little variance because they are hand formed and hand raked when they're asphalt too. So some may have a slightly steeper incline and be a little harsher on the same vehicle than the next one. But there is a mold. They do have a form. In general, they're 12 feet wide. They're 3.5 inches tall. And they have certain slope to that, which is a standardized speed hump detail. So those are the ones that we would prefer to put in.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Andrew.
Right. The first recommendation is to direct staff to install speed humps per the location map that's attached to this report and sent to the residents. And you've marked them actually in the street, but at least one of them you're going to change. And is there a possibility that you might change others? I'm just trying to think what the actual direction should be here if it's not going to be exactly what's painted out there.
Yeah, it may not be exactly what's painted out there. I don't believe I have a reason to change any of the others. I haven't heard another specific comment on any of the other locations, but there could be one. And they're not placed yet, and there could be a good reason for moving something 50 feet. You'll see even on South Lucille, they're not exactly equidistant. Speed humps work in series, but 300 to 600 feet apart, which is a range, is kind of the recommendations if you go to the MUTCD. And 500 is kind of, maybe on the higher end. So 500 to 600 is stretching it a little bit, but that's kind of how all these are. They're within those ranges, but they could move a little bit if I had a specific good reason to. I laid them out, trying to look at all these issues that I brought up before, as far as just specific location. The first one I went and laid out there, a woman came out from from her home. I was putting it right in front of her home, and she was so glad I was putting it right in front of her home. Please put it here. So, you know, I know one will probably stay where I put it, but I would recommend in general that all of these would go pretty much where I painted them out. I do apologize for the 7 versus 8. As I mentioned, the 8th one is that one on Florence. It was kind of an add-in after discussion with Matt Luttrip, who is overseeing that project, that we change out the rumble strip for another speed hump there. So my apologies for the discrepancy. Very well pointed out. There are 8 on here. If I kept it at 7 in the letter, my mistake.
Okay, thank you. So Vice Mayor Andori, did you have?
No, I'm prepared to move adoption of the staff recommendations, all 3 of them.
Okay. Other council? Councilmember Kendall, is that a second?
Yes, he says he's ready to move. So I don't think he actually made the motion.
Okay.
Well, I will so move.
I will second.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other, I didn't circle back to Councilmember Quack or Dawson for any other additional comments? Okay.
I just appreciate the TAR system and that it's working, and you know, Mike, all the follow-up and obviously all the neighbors for getting out there and trying to get input from their other neighbors. So that helps make this decision as well.
Thank Vice Mayor Anduri.
And I realize it shouldn't go without comment, the 2nd and 3rd recommendations here, but I think for the city to pay for the speed humps going forward, I think that's appropriate. And based on that, I think the moratorium is appropriate as well, because it all fits together. So
yeah,
right. Recommendation, Mike.
No, and then just also again to Mike for the communication ahead of time and the putting them around the neighborhood so that there was a visual for that. Okay, so if there are no additional comments, council member, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Anduri and a second by Council Member Kendall, and so I will conduct a roll call vote. Council Member Kendall.
Aye.
Council Member Dawson.
Aye.
Council Member Quack.
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I am an aye, and so the item passes unanimously. And again, thank you very much to members of the public for sticking with us and providing your input throughout the whole process, not just tonight with the council. So we will now move. We don't have public hearings. We didn't have items removed from consent calendar, and so we'll go to council member report on activities of matters that council member wishes to initiate for future agenda items. So do we have any? Council member Quack?
Sure. As mentioned earlier in the meeting, we got a letter from Will Elder, the chair of the Lafayette Creeks Committee, who wrote to all of us in the council with a request. And so Vice Mayor Anduri and myself, being the council liaisons to that committee, will be reviewing those in the days and weeks ahead, and we'll be advising on next steps, and we'll bring it back accordingly if needed.
Okay, thank you very much. That was on my list to inquire about. So thank you for jumping in on that. Anything else, Council Member Quack, on other items? Like maybe Earth Day coming up?
Yes, another plug for Earth Day this Saturday. Oh, I think several council members here will also be manning a booth potentially. So you can meet your city council members in person. Some of us will be able to be there from 11 to 2, but the Emergency Preparedness Commission will also be there to talk about Firewise, and we're trying to get 10 Firewise communities in our city this year. That's one of our goals. I know the Environmental Task Force is also going to be there, and many good food and good booths. So hope to see you out there this Saturday, 11 to 2 behind the library.
Great, thank you. Anyone else with items that they want to update us on what's been going on? I did talk a lot about city schools in the earlier, trying to think of other committees, but no one else. Anything to bring forward? Okay. We will then move on to item number. We have no city manager update unless Mala or someone wants to give that on Newbrook's behalf. We'll move to item C of this 11C, and I will turn it over to Councilmember Kwok and Vice Mayor Anduri.
Yes, so on item C, this is regarding a new vacancy on the Environmental Task Force. I'd like to thank Steve Caligaris for working 3 years and working very, very hard. He chaired it for a while. He dedicated himself to a new EV charging for multifamily ordinance, and really I tip my hat to him for his volunteerism. But he's stepping down as of the mid-May meeting. And so we are very fortunate that we have an applicant, Ashley Louisiana, who's with Recycle Smart. She's a name that many of us are familiar with, although she's a new resident to the city in just 1 year being here. So love that a new resident is already stepping forward to volunteer. And so Vice Mayor Anduri and myself, we wholeheartedly recommend that the council appoint her to join the ETF upon after Steve Caligaris finishes his last meeting. So May 13th, I believe. May 13th. So I'd like to recommend that we adopt resolution 2022-26, appointing Ashley Louisiana to the Environmental Task Force effective May 13th.
Great, thank you. And Vice Mayor Anduri, would you like to second that? And
No, the only thing I'm concerned about is the date.
oh, on the
It's the 13th is okay, yep, it must be the 13th. If Councilmember Kwok says it is. Yep, okay.
okay.
13th.
Okay, and do we have any members of the public who would like to comment on this item? Not seeing any hands raised. I'm just doing Suzanne's job, but not seeing any hands raised. We have a motion by Councilmember Kwok and a second by Vice Mayor Anduri. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So we have unanimously approved the recommendation appointing Ashley Louisiana, and I'm excited that that worked out, and also want to thank Mr. Caligaris, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, for his service and his commitment to the task force. So we will now go to 11D, and I will turn it back to Councilmember Kwok.
Very good.
Mhm.
Councilmember Kendall and myself are pleased to appoint 2 members to the Crime Prevention Commission. There were 2 vacancies due to sort of the end of the 6-year term by incumbents. And we're very fortunate that both incumbents are willing to continue to serve with a great deal of energy. One is Larry Belusa, who amazingly has served in this role since 1988, maybe one of the longest serving. A former police officer himself. He lives in Lafayette and is enthusiastic to continue on. The other recommendation is for Tracy Riley, who's the current chair of this Crime Prevention Commission. She served 6 years on this commission a while ago. Then she served on the city council, and then she's served another 6 years. And so she is also highly energetic and willing to continue to serve. So the city's very fortunate to have both of them as applicants to be willing to serve again. So Councilmember Kendall and I wholeheartedly would recommend that that we adopt resolution 2022-29, appointing Larry Belusa and Tracy Riley to the Crime Prevention Commission.
And I will second.
Okay, are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Not seeing any hands raised. Any council members who wanted to make a comment before the vote? Okay, so Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Anduri.
Aye.
Sorry, Councilmember Kwok. Yeah.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, and so we have unanimously approved with Commissioner Riley, and I'm the last name. But anyway, and just thanking them for their very, very long service, and they're willing to continue to serve, as you pointed out, enthusiastically. So we will now, and thank you to the council members for your work on the commissions and the interviews. We will now move on to item 11E, and we will shift from Councilmember Kwok to Vice Mayor Andori and Councilmember Dawson.
Hey, for the Public Art Committee, we have 2 members who hit the end of their 6-year cycle, and not the first time they've hit the end of a 6-year cycle, because the members who have been on the Public Art Committee since it was formed. So we're very fortunate that Sandy Wolf and Early Horn are willing to continue to participate as the Public Art Committee becomes even more active. So, and then we have a new member that we're proposing, and that is Christy Mack. And so we will move adoption of the resolution appointing Christy Mack, Sandy Wolf, and Early Horn for the terms set out in the resolution.
Okay, Councilmember
That
Dawson.
motion. And I thank Jenny Rawson. I see she's here. So thank you very much for obviously all your work with PAC and the interview process. Thank you.
Great. So are there any members of the public who would like to make a comment on this item? Pause. Okay, so we will come back, and we have a motion by Vice Mayor Andori and a second by Councilmember Dawson, and we will conduct the roll call vote. So Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Dawson.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Andori.
Aye.
And I am an aye, and so we have unanimously approved the appointing 3 members to the Public Art Committee, and again with just much gratitude to all of the volunteers who step forward to serve on our commissions, and to all of you, my colleagues, for going through the interview process, and of course to staff. So with that, we have no written communications, and so without having to open a bunch of items, we will adjourn the meeting at 11:39. And thank you all for your thoughtful deliberation and preparation for the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Good night.